Thank you. Get the best.
Oh, Papa.
Thank you.
Megadeo malelo, Adela megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo, oh megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo, megadeo malelo.
Hallelujah.
I don't know if you have to go.
Yes.
Americano Sadio. Americano Sadio. Americano Sadio. Americano Sadio.
Hey, nigga, sakwe be mi ata no ho ko agere abro ti sere ka. Hey, every that bottom. Tasi ma broni.
Akpafu stores Camille lo. Ah, ezeko ile ko onuga gere mo ko yo. Wa mo to ku bo amola bro chika ka onya owo gbona ka onya ko to le se mele ko. Ah, ka aga wo lo. Kala ele lo. Ele. Aga le pe. Ele la. Agora como ko ju abro ti aga ko tra ti ba ka ba. Abi to ko mo ba je ko na ko to ni se ka to se. You like it? They will for take it to the press. If you want particular people who get that, they are on my side. Enter room. They are approaching with that. Just come up from everybody. You see somebody there, they cry. By the time I remember, come up for room, say come up. If everybody they wait for. No, the body, no, yourself, not be the spirit. Yourself. Blue. No problem, I want tea. Oh, coffee, everything. John, be our tea. Oh, tea, white cup, ceramic cup, I'm going to go over Tinu. No tea now. I play let's coffee. Bruno, okay, but you have a babia. I made tea below you. Aye blue le beto le kuta ya. Ya le je betul le. Yang le ba ni. Wale utai le bakani. Esi za ndo akọ. Esi za ndo akọ je. Esi za ba ahone. Agbo la si. O agbo mo le pe ya agbo mo le. Adu kokolo he bubu de le. Le lo ko be ka ko lo ko be. Ayi la ka me chade. Tole nyase. Tole se. Ah, yo me eso. Ese un kokolo ko. Ese me ni. Ese mo. Agora bem eu ao, mas bora que não. Vai vir na do. Não é bonego. A hora eu tô dalo, mas que vai daquele grupo. É já uma hora. Ouvi. Bora na nyama. Eu se bizarra, mas se echo um que como diga, le kokolo he como una ko eso me. E khonya mi nam tu le pe tonji be echo me di kokolo he ala hone como una ko comme famille. Alors, aba no ba nya me bona we nam no ba da. Adam. Come there. What do you like? I put the 551. Merci. Oh, like the number but that. Go me na takwi ko re me we onyo a. Bele ma se lo.
That's so bad. That's so bad.
Oh, onyo.
Yeah, folks, we out here. Let's go to this background.
I want to go see how you move. Bokor kokoro odi amaga ke manyama ole no wa kese
Beleto.
abato agbanyo to kan to mama no ko ya gba
The advertisement.
no my family ko ya gba banyo to kan ya agbanyo ye me ya no bo gbe arbanyo Woleke egbolo adole asawa no le ri
Or you can hold it for me for a while. Take a smoke. That's why I gave it to Kofi.
I think it's not here. I wish you could.
to the black Siram de
Mama, Beglela.
no more.
When you like the house will be like
you talk with me, say, the guy in the call her ball, but I give you a book. Or you know, the guy. Okay, you make a top of my gun, you know, when you make a fan and you play with you. We're talking of you, my view, I'm a phone, the kind and the kind of sabo.
A check.
No, ding.
Well, really, boom.
Okay.
I want to zoom. Okay. I'll do.
I do. I think I'll do it here.
But for our own archives, you have about 2 hours. But for your live shows, you have.
And then there should be a whole movie, a whole film
on its own. Because we are going to show that one.
We
We are going to show that one the first night too.
Kind of was feeling busy. You understand?
Mess them with the way I them in there. When logo on the
The cover is wash inside and we pour the drink inside, right?
Me the whole time I did.
I'm a for Martin Cobbler. I catamurina me be even Pomotono, and I no cuckoo. If I catamuna me, I call me Perry in a view like Big Boy. But the Shiani, as you do. I'm going to go more. At our way, no.
Last hello okay.
Yeah, Papa, look where I am going with you. Will it go then? I got the right back. Last time we were looking at the room.
What you are?
Huh? Basa bobo na gojima na nuko mele kache. Bodo le nuko kache. Wo damale. Wo ra kaka. Ma bi va abroja kama boyo na go ba gbaji oro. Vile na go ba gbaji ka ko pe do pe. Ajo do pe ko jo do pe. Do pe kache. Ko ku do pe aku do pe. Kache. Yawa do pe si be ke ya o che do pe. Afiwa dohodokwe sibeke kofije dohodokwe kwami dohodokwe sibeke amiche dohodokwe akoswa dohodokwe sibeke kosiche dohodokwe tawo damale bo kamado ngba sabo ngugo na bajima na kwa mali egbe mi ka bagbo feto abedevi ekemi we kona kona nisia tronri ekemi ewo dopo ape me wo ko na si tona enye airport wo komi yo be epola ke postmaster la ke no ba fa menya nu kata postmaster be to gbo cho echo me bia nu kama wo mewe e ma wo ile mewe ncho ma wo if me komi toro mo le tare ke bona o won to be ima ga wo do amere be me ga wo do nye menya ho etro anyu won to nya oba nu kware nenye mele wo nyu do eta me do ore na manye aka mere ebe o were didi unu ta me ka so wo do ra me de keto nyu na na ti o me aba ewe mia man of do ano mia wu o je o nko mi do jiro alo
Emi.
o nko mi do jiro ayero me nya no yo mere ngba ire na me nyi tron la to alo
Emi. Ira wo wele.
enya be tron ni alors je me rends pas
Wala po.
ese gbe ma yo
Che.
yeah o bese o yeah o bese o ana kotelo es my modo bese wa yeah
China o mesio, no China o mesio, afakwe egbe.
Yo, kamale egbe ni esbe, ami amade do vo na wu, enyi me do vo na wu, enyi le tro enyi le gbonye. Da matando vo na wu. Me ke do vo na wu be me ganyu na wu. Me o che me ga di tro. Anu ndu. Anu ji jopo amu anu pokran ore, ami me vo de yo. Na pele ba nku.
De kai gade. Kaba
Egbe mi le gbedura na mi opite ko e ko gbedura ya.
Àwọn undọ akodo ati undọ àwọn undọ akodo ati lo undọ abiawe undọ akoduade
Ache for Martin Kobler ele UK ebe ikatamude le gbo be ibe novio But all the older men, the Peter Cosarica Oku, older men, if you are Oku, a yo, don't come. Not very. In a view of Cocoon, go a segment, and Martin Cobra, I went off a cocoon. No, Jaha, no good better now. You like better. And I'm on a gap, even though you put even attack one or a pot tally. Whether each I can't be a polon near a day. Don't you usually? Only, what you restaurant? What you restaurant? That family I live at night. Go. Yo, cocoa cool Tuesday, cool Tuesday, on a corner. Aqua. Carrying your magic to be whole a pet on you.
I hope we're going to I done it for you. I hope we're going to I done it for you. I done it for I
Talk with the I can say in a back with a coffee. Me and Mozo, I did your vote. They may have a daughter. The woman is a similar or 15 minute attack on him. Then I will not go there. I can see no one.
I'll make a job a little. Make a job a little. I tell her make a job a little. Make a job a little. Make a job a little. Ache.
I will now. I can't be my coffee. I know my way. When you have a butcher, I will now question there.
I will be a cabaret to Ado Messu, a cabaret to Ado Messelo, a cabaret to Ado Messu, we were Cabalu, we were cabaret to Ado Messu, 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 we were cabaret to Ado Messu. I
throwing a strong guy. Throwing a but I am competitor. Yes,
no viu como será no gomo che no club
na comme la belle donne que dit bon se rendre na pas donner on va donner en Nigeria comment le voir donc on va mener de Dari jinga tu geze ka ko ti ko pressure ga no ga I get it you go there. Oh, no.
I will take some. Oh, Papa.
With a very good drum, very good one. Hey, but me gonna $10,000. Yeah, man. You are.
Papa, I wanted to take
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. Good morning and good evening to everybody, and wherever you may find yourself this moment. Thank you very much for joining the A and Q and A section of Revolution Voodoo Education on African Magic Temple. Thank you very much. We are transmitting from Accra, from the African Magic Temple Shrine. Thank you very much. I'm going to pour libation and then we'll just take on. So prepare your questions and then ask me. Try to answer them if I know anything about the question you may ask. Epokukwa. Megara mbubu de ko mi no fi akpere nya no view ni de keme keme o no fi akpere o sia. Oh, mauga, sobori samando ago mauga, kata mando ago mauga, se joto ame joto, se no no me se tie no me o mano pebi doko no pebi, o mano vi mebi anu doko no pebi o doko no pebi mebi anu no vi o se nyame yo do ago. Me yo sheme hem for a semi for a shobe te do ago ya braxas me yo ya e ko do ago ya kadre to mebi me ko. O ve so ton kama yo. Me yo me no so die anyi so kaka chikazi bo shebe me ala fa banya pe wanya gwa me juro hono ma yora ke wanya imba ma dufro fo plan ba do ka wanya bi ma te ku ete ka o me yo akan be chu na ni wale akan je ko akan su akan tro bo akan me akan fi akan me ata ba ke akan peri pa me ba haja do la ko pro ndo di fi to la ndo di e mi da ko ba bo aka ko ko me zango me en ple mi ra te pa ni na ku ira go di da ba si la go ne ba ma se plan ba me yora ke yo jo pata jo aku foke me vole mo di chimi vole video video ku ku ato performance jo no he be be mo to ya mo di to ani pare pe be ni ole pe me to ba tu zo club mo na pe ka jo pata le ka pe jo fo ba jo ni jo pata o fia jo pata me tro mo be da abi fa gbe ri ni jo pata na afi mi ajo lo jo pata to pe me yo me sin bo di to be de ta ba ko ti zo lu achi mo to do ja ko Barenti papa malo balo dona kofu. Ago sapa teme yo. Ati gele me yo bro me yo la fia. E me yo amanga sese geja. Asese sese tawo geja. Yo brahini me yo gbogbo chi me yo mbe fori bo ko mo ke go me. Kuche kuma ko na to bonyo pete mere me yo. Mo ya toni ko sipe ku akuye yo na ko so ku foni ko geja. Tasi nya mo si fusi jam ko so abra ko be mama ni ko de na to bonyo ko kofi. To bonyo ku bia mensa. Yo mi afeke dagbe jimi na mi afeke. Yo ponye Celestine ya waku bia Katrina ku bia fonya sese ko ponye ya bena. Kuto bene fana mi apete bubu bolo ni na bubu me fana mi. Me yo mi asoro ya ngwa chicha chupe ya ku bia sisi ya bene ya ka te mensa me yo kuto bene fana mi bubu bolo. Ya wo tuji ba ko tuji to go tuji me yo kini hasa ko cha bara so bara na me yo. Ya ba ko atafi so fa mu amobi. Ko afacha wa jobe. Kuto bene fana mi bubu re emi yo no hono le ba po hono le gbe ya be to be maze kuto bene fana mi me yo to be na ni tu le jita to be Abraham ji benu le chabe me to me fia to Simon Kavi le abenya si agotine me yo Daniel Evie ko mare le agbalo nyo keke kuto bene fana mi abete bete me ando ko bene fana mi me yo fonya no ma ko si fana ya no sa cha ko abi fi yo ahana ya vinye krishu dagbe me yo fonya mufte ko fonya vite mensa me yo na te yo to be amuji me yo anita poku akubia akete me ko ahana mi kuto na fana ko bubu de se be na bubu na fana mi atemi no dagbe jima yo mi buga ke le mi arasi besia. Okay, we are ready to go. So let's start with the greetings from different pages, and then we go ahead from there. Okay, I think we have from the top here, we have Vivian Baka. Greetings, Papa and AMT family. Thank you very much, Vivian. We are very grateful. And thank you also for all that you are doing for me and for everybody. Then we have our big sister, Kadi Fisher. Greetings, Papa and AMT family. Hello, Kadi. How are you? How is Cameron? Hope all of you are fine. Senna is coming to the US in the next week. So please, I'll let him get in touch with you. Then we have someone say DJA. Papa, a friend told me when you visit spiritualists, they sometimes give you bad things instead of what the person went for, and sometimes even takes the good luck the person have. How true is that? I don't know. I cannot tell. You don't come to my shrine and I give you bad thing. Why should you come to my shrine and I give you bad thing? What will I gain when I give you bad thing? Whatever Voodoos that are working with me, I went for them and I am working with them and they are working for me. So why should I give it to you? You came to look for something and I should give you what I have without you requesting for them. I don't know, and I cannot talk about other shrines. But a lot of people who do not practice Voodoo tell so many stories that are not true, just to scare you of from getting closer. Why should somebody give you a bad thing? What for? What is he going to gain? He has his Voodoo, and you came there to look for something, and he does not. You don't even ask for it, then he gave you bad thing. I don't know. Not at my shrine. I'm sorry. I don't know other people's shrine, but at my shrine, there is nothing like you don't people giving you. And what voodoo is bad in the first place? Which voodoo is a bad voodoo whereby I will have it and then I'll give it to you. If you cannot handle it, you don't even know anything about it. Anyway, you can ask other spiritual people. They may be able to tell you better. Me, I don't know anything about that. You don't come to my shrine and get anything bad. I don't think it's possible because there's nothing bad in the first place. And whatever voodoo I have, I went for them because I know what they do. I don't just blindly go and take voodoo. So, and I don't believe that anybody has given me any bad voodoo since I've been going around looking for voodoo to work with. So that I don't know. Thank you very much, Mr. What's the name there? DJA. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And then we have a Listic. It's a greetings, Papa. Another blissful week to learn. Thank you very much, Listic. I'm very grateful. And thank you for all for joining the question and answer section. We have Junichi Fukuoka. Hello, Papa, and the AMT family from Japan. I hope everyone is doing well. Yes, Junichi, we are doing well. And thank you very much that you have now joined the Togo Jopata family that is widely spoken about. And I saw your initiation, Sena initiated you. And of course, I also did the other part of the rituals here in Ghana. You are welcome to the AMT family. Thank you very much, Junichi. So I hope everyone is doing well. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you and the AMT family for helping me with the rituals. Thank you very much, Junichi. We are very grateful that you use our services and you are welcome to the AMT family. Thank you very much. And then we have Agboloso McAfee. Say greetings, Papa. Hello, McAfee, how are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. We are all grateful for all of you. And my greetings to, okay, there's one more on Facebook. It's on Africa Magic Temple. Yes. On Facebook, not Revolution. Okay, on Revolution, on Facebook, Africa Magic Temple, we have a big sister Ifadara, blessings, saying grand blessings and blessings, Papa and family. Thank you very much, big sister Ifadara. Then we have Timilei, John Jimo Adereni Aboru Aboyeni, Africa Magic Temple. Thank you very much. And then we have Timilei again, John Jimo Adereni, say greetings, Papa, to the entire African family of African Magic Temple. Regards to Mami Sena and his brother. Last week, I asked that a politician asked me to sell his houses. I got buyers, and when the buyer wants to pay, he brought his lawyer and brother of his girlfriend. They collected the commission, and when I asked for at least something, he said, "I'm not a professional, sir." Before the answer last week, my phone went flat. Okay. Adereli, Timilei, yeah. Well, what I was explaining the other day is that you should just continue praying to the ancestors so that they can work things for you. But if you like to do a reading, you can do a reading with any spiritual person or any professional babalawo or bokor, so that they can the oracle can give you a direction on what you should do to get at least some money from the man. So because you know the oracle is the pathfinder, is the one that gives directions. So in situation like this, I may say something that okay, go and attack him or just forgive him, but that will not be the correct answer. But if you ask the oracle in a reading what you should do to get your share of the money, even if not all, just something, the oracle will be able to tell you the direction or give you the directions on rituals and things you should do to be able to get your some money from the man, because he cannot just use you and dump you like that. He has to give you something. But since he has not given you anything, you should find a way to get the money by asking the oracle and the ancestors to work his heart so that he can give you something that you had worked for. So that's what I will advise you to do. Thank you very much, Kimile. Very grateful that you joined the section. Okay, let's go. Is there anyone there? So at YouTube, we have Kingsley O2 saying greetings. Thank you, Kingsley. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. And then we have Juliet A. Good afternoon, Papa and AMT family. Hello, Juliet. Thank you very much for joining us today. How are you today? How are you feeling? Hope everything is fine. Thank you very much, Juliet. That's what we have. Okay, so I'm saying my greetings to people on Clubhouse. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining this evening. I hope my children in the Philippines will be able to connect to the Clubhouse and be able to also see what we are doing here. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Is Senor on the Clubhouse? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Because I know they have not yet settled, so. Shamba, are you here?
Yes, Papa, I'm here.
Yes. How are you?
I'm good, Papa. How are you?
I'm good. Did you listen to my audio that I sent you on WhatsApp?
Yes, yes. I'm finishing everything today.
Okay.
But I had to. Yesterday I wrote everything down and transferred it to my notes. So
Okay,
I'll finish the rest of everything today.
Good. That's good to hear. Thank you very much and welcome. How's your mom?
She's doing good, Papa.
We thank God.
So, Papa, I will give you an update on that one. So now, after we did everything, she went back to the doctor, and she went to a different doctor and to get another opinion.
Yes.
And this doctor said, that the whatever reading that doctor gave you before, it was a false reading.
Wow. We thank God.
Yes.
We thank God. That's great. Good to hear. Very good.
Yes. Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome.
Papa, I also want to ask too. I was watching the video you feeding your voodoos.
Yes.
What are some of those calabashes that was next to the door?
Oh, they are all voodoos on their own. These voodoos, we have one called Alaba Muda. And then I have so many. There is one called Beoli. And then there's different calabashes. There are different voodoos from different teachers that I have met somewhere along the way. So some of these have been with me since 1990s. They are still here. So they are spirits that once in a while I use them. In the past, I used to use them a lot, but as I grow in spiritual work, some of them I cannot throw them away because they had worked before. But then now their works don't come doesn't mean that they are not working. They also assist the other ones while the new ones are working. These older ones will assist. So they are all there, and I feed them all when I'm feeding. But then once in a while, I approach them and ask them to do something. But then they have been very old voodoos that have been with me for a long time. And I won't say I've given them retirement, but I don't really use them too much these days. Yeah, they will answer you. I'm coming. Yes. Yes. So when you come, we'll talk about them.
Yes, Papa. Also, one of the Zippy Zappa things that you had there, Papa.
You
on
want
your table.
the whole set of the Zibizaba?
Yes.
You are just like Gabriel. Everybody wants Zibizaba. Hey. Okay, well, I don't know, but when you come, because the Zibizaba is a whole lot of things. So when you are coming, make sure you don't throw your ticket, your plane ticket away, the one that you use as a boarding pass. The one that you use as a boarding pass, don't throw it away because it is needed in making Zibizaba.
Oh, okay. Okay, no problem.
And if you can get a train ticket, get a train ticket as well, and a bus ticket. All those, not the new one, the ones that have been discarded or have been used already. So get a bus ticket, plane ticket, train ticket. Those are the things that are used in making Zibizaba.
Okay.
So when you keep
Thank you, Papa.
when you come, I will look back into my books. And I have not done it for anybody yet. No, Sena and Pere, Sena and other children are asking, but I haven't done it for anybody yet. But it's been with me for long.
We like tickets too. So good.
No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. It's a very powerful, very, very powerful spirit. I don't use it these days, but once in a while I pray to it, and but I don't give it tasks these days. But I was telling the children that I'm going to teach them how to send it on an errand and how it works. But maybe when you come, I will do it that time. When Shamba comes, then you can all learn at the same time.
Yes, thanks, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Can I ask a question so based on Shamba's question?
Yes, go ahead, Bokor Menuhati.
Okay. Before when Shamba was greetings to you, Shamba. Greetings. When he asked about the shrines next to the doors.
Yes.
And did I hear you say correctly? You said one of the shrines, one of the voodoos is called Bewali.
Bewali, yes.
Like the poli.
It's like the poli Bewali, but it's a voodoo on its own. This was made for me long before I was initiated in Tufa.
Okay. Can you explain that a little more? Because I've seen examples. For example, I don't know if it's quite like this, but let's say the person has their personal pony, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it also where, let's say, if somebody's like creating some type of spiritual tool for somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yes, go ahead, please.
They take a calabash and they'll put like the pony. It's basically like they're making like a shrine or like a spiritual tool around the person's odu. You know, you take the calabash and you take the materials and everything and you put inside, and then you take like a small, I don't know what it's called in Ewe, they call it it's like the small sagaji, like the small the metal pieces,
yes,
and you put on top.
Okay, because usually voodoos have to have seregaji and Eda, the one which looks like a snake.
Right.
Yes.
So I was just curious when you said that, it made me think about that, and I was wondering if it's similar or if it's different.
No, this is a little bit different because the Gbewoli that I have is the Gbewoli.
Yeah, that.
Mhm.
And my other question,
Yes.
in addition to that, is can you elaborate more on when you have shrines that are active but you don't use them as much, or maybe they worked before but they don't work now, and why you don't throw them away, and why you hold on to them? Where some people might think to get rid of them.
Very good, very, very good question. As I always said in my teachings, I work with spirits as partners. I don't worship spirits the way people worship spirit. I don't worship spirits, or I don't worship voodoo. I work with them as partners in the spiritual field, and me being in the physical world, we are working together because for them to be able to express themselves in this physical world, they need a physical human representation or something that can represent them so they can work through that. And then for me, as a human being who is a physical human being, if I want to do anything in the spiritual field, I need a spirit that can represent me or act on my behalf in the spiritual world or in the psychic plane. So for me, the voodoos that I work with are partners and people or energies and entities that I had worked with in the past. And for this reason, I cannot just throw them away because I feel that now they are not working for me or I'm not using them. They did not tell me to stop using them. They were not the one who told me I shouldn't use them because at the time I got them, I was actively using them. And as I learned more about other voodoos, I let these ones that had worked for me before to relax. But then when I am feeding them, I feed them all because I know they are still alive and they are still active. They are not dead energies. They are still active and they are alive. It's only that I haven't sent them to do any work for me, or maybe their type of work hasn't come. But if their type of work comes, then I'll get them involved. So for that matter, I give them all the respect. Uh, I give them all the respect that is necessary, just like as if they were new. I'm not a person who will just throw away voodoo just because it is not working. What I may do is if I have a voodoo that is not working, I will not feed you. We in every language you say a dowolai duanu. The person who works is the one who eats. So if you are a voodoo and you are with me and you are not working, I'm not going to throw you away, but I will not feed you. Maybe one day that voodoo will wake up and say, oh, I want to work, and then I'll feed it. But I will not just throw it away unless, of course, it becomes very necessary that it is useless to me. Then I'll find a way to discard it. There's also a danger in discarding a voodoo that doesn't work for you or is not active anymore. You must first ask the voodoo what is happening, why it is no more active. There may be that there are certain other voodoos that you are having in your shrine becoming more powerful than that voodoo. So they kind of control it so it cannot be active like before. But that doesn't mean it is not active. So you must first check with the voodoos and find out from them why they are no more active. And once you get their opinion or their answer why they are no more active, then you can decide what to do with them. But just throwing them out without asking them, the voodoo may still be active and will get angry and say that why did you use me? And now that because I am weak, you are seeing me like I'm nobody. And sometimes it may also be blocking other things that you are doing so that they may not go through successfully because it will also be telling other voodoos that, oh, you see how our master has done to me. If you continue working to you too one day, when you are no more strong or you are no more active, they are going to do the same to you. So please don't work. Voodoos are just entities like humans, only that we don't see them. They are invisible to us, but that doesn't mean they are not existing. It's just like the waves of radio waves, television waves.
sound waves. They are all there, but because you don't see them with your eye, does not mean they don't exist. Thank you very much, Bokor Menhasti, for that question. It's a very, very important question for all of us who are on this path. Thank you.
Also, as far as the Bewali shrine,
yes.
like what can you provide a context for what would lead to a pony being also being used to become making a shrine for a pony?
I don't know, but the issue that, like I said, I had it long before I got far. It was one of my teachers, my voodoo teachers, who made that bewoli for me, and it was made as a protection and also an indicator, just in case anything wanted to happen. The voodoo will be able to tell you, or you can see certain changes in the calabash itself, and it is an indicator to let you to be aware and be alert. So the time I got it, I didn't even know afar that there was an afar poly called Bewoli. But I had always been using it to help myself and help other people until I got far before I got to know that, oh, not knowing that voodoo that was created for me was an afar voodoo. But that doesn't stop me from using it because Bewoli, I think it spoke about death entering the house of the priest, and all the servants of the priest woke up at night and ran away. So that's what it means. The kudo voodoo home, husivio for zando. Death has entered the house of the shrine. Death has entered the shrine, and all the priests and priestesses, young priests and all this, woke up at night and ran away. That is what it was built on for me, so that if anything negative is going to happen, it should be able to indicate for me so that I can know how to protect myself and my own.
That's very interesting, Toby. Very interesting.
Thank you. I have all these things, so many voodoos. That's why sometimes we brought them all out. They were even bringing all out. Some we could not bring them out because they have become permanent in the room somewhere. You cannot bring them out. But there are so many like this with me.
What would be, for example, a reason why when you have voodoos that when they say this voodoo doesn't travel, you can't move with this voodoo, but maybe this voodoo you can travel with it. What would be like some of the general reasons why that is?
There are so many times people say certain voodoos cannot travel, but maybe when a voodoo like you made it into a clay, and you create it and put it down, and it is fixed to a place. It is difficult for you to travel with such a voodoo because you have to uproot it completely, and then uprooting it, you need certain rituals, and when you carry it until you plant it again, it is more or less not so powerful. Maybe that may be the reason why they say that voodoos cannot travel. But fortunately for me, almost all my voodoos can travel, unless the ones that we have planted down, which is only few. Like Legba cannot travel. My Legba at my gate cannot travel with me. But I have a Legba that I can travel with, which connects with the one that is at the gate. My Togbe Jopata is also a fixed voodoo, but the Jopata inside the pot can be taken to travel anywhere. I just have to pray to it, and because all along we have traveled around the world with them. So I had always traveled with my voodoo. So I don't have that kind of voodoo that will say you cannot travel with it. No, my voodoos, they go everywhere. They are international. You know, we are in modern times, and we need to vet and kind of change the way we handle our spirits, because the spirits are there. It is up to you, the spiritualists, how you want to work with them. and how you can vet them so that they can be easily accessible to you, and they would also be able to get to you. It is you as the Bokor or the priest or who has to know how your spirits are and tell them what we want. And then the spirits, they are tools that we as human beings are using to help ourselves and helping other people. So you must be able to shape them in such a way that they can move to anywhere. They can be able to work anywhere at any time. My akain that is here on the table, this akain is very little. I can choose to build a whole shrine and put it inside, and it will be doing the same work. But this akain, I can put it in my pocket and travel to anywhere in the world. I can put it in my bag and travel to anywhere in the world, like which I had done in the past. And I'll call it, and it will come immediately and work for anybody that I wanted it to work for, or give it a task or an assignment, and it will accomplish it. I don't have to mount it in such a way to be frightening people. That's why when you come into my shrine, you don't see any drawings on any wall. You don't see any voodoos that are scary. No, I have kind of managed to vet them in a way that I can easily move them from one place to another. Because I am an international person. I have traveled around with my voodoos and had lived in many countries with these same voodoos, and they had worked for me wherever they, they were. So if I were not able to move them around, I don't think I could have been going around working with them. So, but then there are people who will say, oh, this voodoo cannot cross a river. My voodoo can cross even the sea. They cross everywhere. They don't have problem. So I don't know. It is me and them. And so long as they say, I'll ask them, I'm traveling. Are you going? And you see how many of the Vodus who are willing to travel with me. When I'm traveling, I ask them, I'm traveling. Who is going? And then you see that everybody wants to go. So for me, the way people present voodoo in a very scary way and make you to be afraid of it and think that the least mistake you do, you will die. I don't train my voodoos like that. My voodoos are very, very easy and very international, and yet still very powerful and very active. They have proven themselves many times over and over that they are active voodoos, whether in the cases of life and death or anything, whatever. They have proven themselves, and I trust them. And if I ask them and they want to go with me, I take whoever wants to go. And those who say they don't want to go, not because they cannot go, but maybe they just don't want to go, they may want to stay behind, and then I leave them behind. But anyone that wants to go with me, if there's space in my bag, then we go.
Thank you, Toga. What is the thing with the river? What is the significance of when people say when you cross the river or the ocean, it will spoil your thing?
Because people believe strongly, and not only believe, but that the rivers are also spirits. There are so many deities that are in the form of river, or every water body has a deity. So to use another voodoo to cross over, you are supposed to ask permission from the voodoo that is in the water, or the deity that possesses that water. So if you don't know that process and you just take your voodoo across, that is the belief that your voodoo will not be able to go because the gate man will not allow them to pass through their territory without paying homage to them. So I believe strongly that's why people say voodoo cannot cross the river. But when you have international voodoos, they can cross even the mountains, the seas, the oceans, and rivers. Just mention anywhere. They can even go to space. So are you afraid of them? Oh no, my voodoos can go anywhere. We can even send them to the moon and they'll go and come back.
So would it be fair to say from your experience and your perspective that if the person goes to the river or they go to the water and they ask for permission and everything seems okay, and then when you reach your destination, nothing works. would it be fair to say if you did everything correctly and it would seem as though everything was fine, but when you reach your destination and things don't work, would you then say it's based on something wrong at the river, or would it be more likely that the person, whoever they received the thing from, didn't give them the correct thing?
I would say that when you pray at the river, or you don't even need to go to pray at the river. Supposing you are taking a boat and you're going to go, you just at the end at the entrance of the boat, or before you enter the boat, you take a coin, you speak on the coin and say, "I'm buying a passage for my voodoos." You drop the coin on the ground.
Right,
And I'm sure you were told these things, right?
right, right.
Okay. So when you get to the other side of the bank, you take a coin and then you drop a coin. And so we have just crossed and we are home. For whatever spirit is here, I'm paying for my voodoos to have a way. You drop a coin. And the same thing you do in the airport if you want. You drop a coin and say, okay, we are going. And when you get to another country, drop any coin that you have and tell them that you are passing through and you are buying, paying for your passage. And if after doing this and you go to where you go and your voodoo does not work, it could probably be the person who fixed the voodoo didn't fix it well. So you can ask my son Senna, and also maybe you can ask Shamba. The things that I gave Shamba, and when he left here, I mean, I didn't even teach him to drop coins, but when he took them to the US, they're all working. I don't think any of them is not working. If they are not working, he would have complained. I think everything is working perfectly. So why should a voodoo go, a voodoo that is properly prepared, taken to another place and it will not work because it has crossed a river or it has flown through the air? There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong with the voodoo itself. It was not properly prepared.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Toby.
You're welcome, Bokor. Okay, we go. Is there any question coming from Clubhouse again? If there is, please ask me before I go on to YouTube and Facebook. Okay, so DJ is saying, Papa, a friend told me, I think we have read that one already, or it's another question?
I think he said the same thing twice again.
Okay, so we have answered that one, DJ. DJ or DJA. Yes, then we have Van Perico say, hello, Papa. Is it true that the taboos you are told after Afa initiation?
So,
Yeah, on a different page.
yes, Papa. That one is good. So, this is from African Magic.
The one I'm reading, let me finish that one before you go on to another place, please.
Yes,
Yeah, Van Perico here was saying, is it true that the taboos you are told after Afa initiation may change in the future if you get initiated into a major deity spirit? I don't think so. Afa is the super diviner. Is a super wayfinder or pathfinder, and Afa speaks into deep into the future. So when you get initiated into a different voodoo after, or a deity after Afa initiation, the taboos that were told to you in your Afa initiations are usually the taboos that your body or your essay or your destiny doesn't like. There are things that your destiny does not is not in alignment with the sense that when those taboos are being broken, you may not enjoy the success you want from your destiny. So each and everyone has their own taboos. It's not a general taboo. So my taboos may be different from your taboos, and then yours may be different from another person's own. So by getting a deity or getting initiation into a major deity, which deity is super than Afa? Is there any deity that is super powerful than Afa? No, you may have very powerful voodoos and deities, but Afa is like at the pinnacle of all these things because it's the one who can even tell you what your voodoo wants. It's the one who will tell you what your voodoo doesn't want. So, what voodoo are you going to say that it is more powerful than Fa? My reason of saying so is you can have a lot of voodoos that are very powerful in your house. And if you are not a natural psychic and you cannot do readings and you cannot, you are not a clear audience or uh, uh, what do you call it, a psychic, it is difficult for you to understand what your voodoos are saying. But with the knowledge of Afa will be able to ask your voodoos what do they want and how do they want to be treated, and your voodoos will speak through Afa to let you know how to deal with them and how to work with them for success. So at the end of the day, your deities will also pay homage to Afa. So which deity can you be initiated into that will be so powerful that the taboos that were given you in Afa initiation will be cancelled out? If you get Fa and taboos that are given to you, adhere to them. Keep them very seriously because that taboos is your life and it's your death. If you follow them, you live. You don't want to follow them, Afa doesn't care. Your priest doesn't care. The Bokor who initiated and told you does not care. It's for your own good. It is advisable that you adhere to them. But if during the initiation, your Toboko, which means your teacher or master, they said, okay, maybe this one will be too difficult for you to follow. So for that reason, they do something like they buy the path for you. There are certain things they will do as rituals to clear the path so that the Afa will understand that, yes, or your Poli or your destiny will understand that, yes, these things are supposed to be adhered to. But unfortunately, the situation in which you are, it will be very difficult for you to adhere to. So they will ask you to buy certain or do certain rituals so that they can kind of cool down the negative effect of the taboo. That one I know is done. But without doing such things, and you think that because you got initiated into another deity or powerful deity or major deity, you are not going to follow the taboos of Afa, you kill yourself quick. That's the truth. Because like my son, my little boy, he is initiated and in his body, he is not supposed to eat beef. He's not supposed to eat beef. But he's a little boy and he goes to school and whatever food they cook there, he as a boy cannot say, I don't eat beef. They will not prepare it for him. Or maybe he's traveling with the mother and he's hungry and he wants to buy some food on the way. Maybe beef is what they use in cooking the stew. And the mother will not even think about it. The child is hungry. They will just buy. For this reason, we ask Fa at the time of initiation. So he's a child. So what do we do? Then in every, they say, "Opleta" means they buy the top or we bought the head. So I bought the head of Fa or the taboo. I bought the head of the taboo by paying some money to buy items to do rituals. So we made it clear to Fa that he is a child, and when he gets older, we will advise him and tell him what he is not supposed to And he is also not supposed to be at the place where a cow is being slaughtered. So for that reason, that one I can now guide him when he's around me and a cow is being slaughtered. I usually tell him to go into the room, not to be present. And then there is another son who also ram is something that is a taboo to him. So he's not supposed to see a ram killed or even hold a ram to be killed or whatever. So this is how it is. But then to say that you just ignore them because you get initiated into a major deity, it will be a very big, 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 grave mistake you will be making. The taboos in Fa always hold. Thank you very much, Van Perico, for that question, because these are the questions that we need to get in order to learn. Then we have my cousin Samson Dumanu here. Say greetings, Papa. Hello, Samson. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. We are very grateful. Hope the family, the children, wifey, and everybody are fine. Thank you very much. How is our friend, the lawyer? So please let me hear from you. Why are you changing the thing?
Actually, when you like it,
Moment you like it, goes off.
when you went to
Another one.
the person's comment for you. So,
Okay. So we have Bubune Tamekolo saying greetings, Papa and AMT. Interesting. Hello. Thank you very much, Bubune. How are you? Thank you for joining the section. We are grateful. We have Mike Thomas here. Hello, Papa. When you or Shamba travel with your larger voodoos to Western countries, that the customs patrol at the airport inspect or give you problem, do you have to pack them a special way? Not normally they don't, especially when I was traveling to Asia, where I had lived in Thailand, Philippines, uh, uh, Malaysia, Singapore, and of course Japan. When I was having, when I tell them these are my spiritual artifacts, nobody really worried me. But the last time I was in the US, I went to my son Pele's graduation in Middlebury College, and then we were all coming back. We were bringing Pele back to Ghana. So myself, my wife, and Pele, we were coming, and I think it's at New York, JFK, and when my carry-on baggage passed through the machine, I kept a abochi in my mirror in my carry-on. So when it was passing through, they saw that there was something something big. They didn't know what it was, and then all of a sudden, this big security man say, "Hey, don't touch it! Don't touch it! Don't touch it!" So I say, "Okay, no problem." So they themselves they open the bag, and I think because I passed the abochi on its own. They open the bag and they look inside, and then they unwrap it, and then they say, "What is this?" I say, "It's a voodoo." Now they don't know what to do. So they said, "I said, okay, it's a voodoo, you can open it." They said, "No, they don't want to open it." And they say, "I should pack it." So they got scared when I told them it's a voodoo. And I mean, they have all the right, they can open it if they want. If they open it, whatever they see is their problem, is not my problem. So I told them it was a voodoo, and then they became scared, and I think that was why they just said I should take my tin, and then I repacked and came back home. Yeah, so I don't really have problem, but in the US and maybe in Europe, I don't know, but these are my spiritual artifacts, and I'm carrying them with me. I'm not a Christian, so why do you disturb me? So I don't know whether Shamba had anything, but I only heard that usually people coming from Cuba to the U.S. because they heard that a lot of Americans go to Cuba to get voodoo, and also they kill animals, blood on the voodoo. So what they do is they will try to wash off the blood stains on the voodoo before bringing them in, because I don't know. I think my son said when they were in do you call it, in Cuba when they were coming, they did that because they heard that the customs and they say in America will not be happy. But then apart from that, I don't think I have had any major problem with my voodoos for all these 30 years that I have been traveling with them. I didn't really have any. It's because I usually put them in my backpack. Put them in my backpack, and if you open it, it says my voodoo, it's my spiritual. And I mean, I'm not hiding anything in it. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not dealing with any contraband goods. So they are there. If you want to open them, you can open them. But if the consequences come, you have to bear it, not me. So Mike Thomas, that's my take on that one. And then we have Saila Ameji saying, listening to you makes me feel voodoo is not scary. They act just like humans. Yes, it is. Voodoo is not scary. If human beings are even worse than voodoo. Yeah, human beings are worse than voodoo. Then Saila Ameji was referring to the question that Mike Thomas asked, said exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, of course, I don't think anybody is trying to disturb your spirit, but I don't know in today's modern time. The last time I traveled to the US is almost about how many years ago? 4, 5? 4 years ago. So I have not really traveled to any international country yet. So I don't know. But during that time, it's cool. Then we have Kwame Jones saying, greetings, Papa. Hello, Kwame. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the conversation. We're very grateful and hope you are fine. You and your family are all fine. Then Mike Thomas again said, Papa, does it take a long time to learn all the taboos during Afa initiation? They are not all taboos. The taboos are your taboo. When your oracle fall for you during initiation, they'll tell you don't eat fish. If your oracle is against fish, they tell you don't be in the night, don't drink a foamy drink like beer, palm wine, malt, and they tell you don't sleep on the floor. Make sure that you sleep on something that is higher than the bare floor, or just putting a flat mat and sleeping on it. So what is the thing that will take so long? They are just simple things that are directly connected to your welfare is what the taboos are all about. It is not like saying don't sleep with a woman, or no. It's not anything like that. It's just things that will be for your own welfare, and that's what that your oracle will tell you. Your Afakboni or Afa Odu, as it is called in Ifa Odu, as it's called in Yoruba. But then we say Afadu or Afakboni. That's what it is. It's only telling things that will be for your welfare, nothing more. Nothing more. So there is nothing like it takes so long to know. It's simple. Don't eat yam. Don't eat plantain. Don't eat fufu. Don't drink honey. So if they tell you don't drink honey, it's not for everybody. It's only for that person who that calling falls for, that don't drink honey. That's what they will tell you. It's not like thousands of taboos or rules. Each and every one of us have gotten our own rules and taboos to follow, because our destinies are different, and our Afa Boli or Afa Odus are also different, just like our destinies. So each and everybody has a different thing to follow. So it is not like too many things that you cannot remember. It seems like so much is told that it will take many hours and days for them Bokor to tell you everything. Yes, there is possibility that when you are being initiated, there are so many stories in your Odu, and you as a new student or a new junior priest, if they tell you all in one day, you will not be able to comprehend them, and you will not be able to assimilate them. So your Toboko will be teaching you and then releasing these informations to you about yourself, because the Afar initiation is about yourself, because Afar gives you the blueprint of your life. It gives you the blueprint of your life. So it is about you. So they cannot tell you everything about you in a day while you are going through all these things. So your toboko or your master, your teacher, will have to have time teaching you and explaining to you why they say you should not eat fish. For instance, if you are on the Polyekumeji, which is the oracle of the crocodile, Yekumeji. If you are on that Yekumeji, they will tell you not to eat fish because there was a story where the fish killed the crocodile. Even though crocodile is a bigger animal and wild more than a fish, but there was a part of the story where the crocodile was killed by a fish. Crocodile tried to swallow the fish, and the fish choked its throat and could not swallow it. It could not throw it out, and then at somewhere it died. So when you are on a crocodile odu, they will advise you not to eat fish. Then they will also tell you so many things that don't be in the night, and try to be very straightforward with your life. Don't be a hypocrite. Don't be stealing people's things. They will give you all these things, and but it is with time that they will tell you all these things because it is for your own good. They will discuss, and the taboos come. The taboos are not just for everybody. It is for individual, tailored according to your destiny. Thank you very much, Mike Thomas. Then we have Delali say, hello, Delali, it's been a while. How are you? Said, good afternoon to you, Papa, and your crew. Please, I humbly need a vivid exploration of this. I was once directed by one of your co-friend priests who once joined you in your live session. Not long ago, you are talking about Dr. Labi Cosmos. Yes, live session not long ago to our hometown due to some challenges. I was some challenges I was facing. When I visited him, he directed me to one of his elders who led me to see a priestess. My essay was called and requested. I do essay lily before all that. My essay was called and requested. I do essay lily. Before all that, I'm facing with stock and also listed items I should buy for the right to be performed. I gave the feedback to my dad, and he also informed his brother, who is the Bokor of our family. My uncle replied saying the way we do celery is different from those who practice Amijefa. Since ours is a Moliga farm, so when the time is due, he will know during divination. Okay? To cut everything short, please, my questions are as follows. What actually is a selili? Okay. The eselili in Afa is a little bit different from the eselili in Voodoo. I want to separate this for the two, for everybody to understand. There is what we call eselide agbame, which means the cell will be molded and put in a plate, like what I do here for my listen. That essay setting up is from Voodoo, it is not from Fa. Okay? But they set up your essay is what they call essay lily. And the essay lily agbame. And they will ask the oracle that whether the essay should be carved out of wood or the essay should be set up with a clay. And then some essay also sit inside boat. They will make a canoe, and then that's where your essay will be. So it is during the divination that people will know which one to do for you. But that's mostly in fact. But in a Voodoo way, the only way is setting it up in a plate and in a molded clay form. That's what I was taught, and that's what I have been doing, and that's what has been successful for me and has been successful for other people. So essentially simply means to set up your destiny for you. But before they set up your destiny and it will really work for you, you need to remove negative destiny or a servo, which some people also call bechivon. They need to remove that one. They need to separate that one from the good one so that you can have your essay work for you. So that is what is called essentially setting up of your destiny. Then number two question is there a particular time it is performed? Yes, there is a particular time that it is performed. For instance, the S7, which is the negative essay, should only be aligned or removed, as our people say, on the day that you were born. If you are born on Monday, it should be done on a Monday. If you are born on Tuesday, it should be done on Tuesday. And likewise, each day that you were born, that is the day that they do remove the negative destiny. But for the positive destiny to set it up, they can set it up any day. From what I have learned from my teachers, and I am doing it for people for years now, you can set it up every day, any day. But the negative one must only be removed on the day that you came into this world. That's why when people who are foreigners who do not know the day that they were born, as per our culture, where they call the day you were born for you as a name, Kojo, Kosi, Ajo, Abena, and all these things, we look at their birthdays and then we go back into the old calendar to find which day that birthday fell on. And then with that, we will use the day that the date birthday fell on to remove the negative destiny. So your third question is, what are the signs to indicate that one must perform it? Okay, the signs to indicate why you should do a destiny alignment or change of destiny is when you do a reading or you are facing challenges in life and things are not going on well for you, and then you want to do a consultation to find out what is going wrong in your life. And then when you do a consultation to find out what is going wrong in your life, and if it is indicated that it is your destiny that is worrying you, then it is the time that you know that you need to perform that right. The priest is also aware that they need to do that for you. And you, as a new person who doesn't know, the priest will tell you that it is your destiny or your essay that is disturbing your life, so it needs to be set up. But before they set it up, under normal circumstances, they are supposed to put it off for a while. Then the priest will have to tell you that you need to do that ritual. And then I think that is why Toby, Dr. Labicosmos gave you a direction to someone who knows how to do a reading or divination, and also indicated or showed that your essay needs to be properly set up. That is why, that is because definitely something was happening to you and you were looking for a way out to find a solution. And then the divination or the reading shows that it is your destiny that was giving you challenges. So it needed to be set up. Then your fourth question, is it wrong for a polygamous practitioner to go to an Amijefa practitioner to do celili for him or her? That one I don't know. Because the truth about a say Lily, you can even go to Bokor or you can even go to a who doesn't have a fa, doesn't have anything to do with Poliga or Amijefa or whatever to do selling for you. Because when my essay was set up for me, I was not even initiated into any fa at that time. And I still, after I got initiated into AFA, first I got initiated into GISA, and now I change it to get also an AGO to add to my GISA. So I have two AFAs, GISA and an AGO. because I cannot throw one away. I was initiated into Jisa first, and then later I also requested that I should be initiated into Anago, because at my shrine, all my children, I made them to be initiated into Anago. And I was the only the Jisa until recently, where I also initiated a group of my children and my students into Jisa. So at our shrine, we have both, and we don't see any conflict in them. You know, a lot of people want to control you, and people want to tell you a whole lot of things that will scare you and bring you on your knees to their doors. So they tell you a whole lot of stories. And because Afa is Fa, whether it is Abijefa, it is Gogo, or it is Jisa, or it's Anago, or many other versions of Fa, they all talk about Bemeji, Yekumeji, Wolimeji, Dimeji, and they all call the Afa Odus. So what's wrong that one Afa priest cannot help the another Afa priest? And I know very much in the southern part of Ghana where Afa is very prevalent, and it's more like a religion than a spirituality. People take so much concerns about this, but I think it does not really matter. From my own experiences, I can go to any Bokono who can do my rituals for me. As long as the rituals work, I am fine. Whether it is Amijefa or Anago, Gogo, Jisa. So long as I can get results from what they do, I don't have a problem. It is when you go and do a reading and do a ritual and you don't get results, that is when it's a problem. So, Delali, I think, but then since you say your people are polyga and they don't go to Abidjan or whatever, ask your uncle what he can do for you, because at the end of the day, he is a Toboko and he knows what he is saying. But from my shrine, if you were a student at my shrine, I'll tell you, wherever you get results, that's where you should go to. And also, what's your view on what my uncle said? No, I don't have any view, because you knew him and you had had a physical contact with him, and it's your uncle. So who would I be, or who am I to tell you that your uncle was wrong? No, no, no. I'm not that kind of person. I believe he knows what he is telling you. So ask him more, and then ask him reasons why certain things should not be done if you are from Polyga or from MJ. Find out from him, because I'm not the one who is saying so, but he knew what he is saying. So ask him more questions, and be inquisitive and ask more questions, and you will understand why he said so. Thank you very much, Delali, for that question. It's a very interesting question. We're all learning from everywhere. Yeah. And then we have Kwame Jones again saying, Papa, if I to take Ifa and my wife and kids are Christian, will it cause problem in the family? No, it will not cause any problem in the family. Why should it cause problem? Your life is your life. I always say, and I tell people that your wife is not your family, and your husband is not your family. People make that mistake a lot and say, "Oh, my family, my family." Your wife came from another family as a friend, who the two of you are coming together. Your children are your family because they came out of you. And your children are also the family of your wife because they came out of her. But you are not your wife's family, and your wife is not your family. You are friends. Whether you are married or you are not married, you are just friends who had met and decide to live together from two different family backgrounds. So if you get fat and your wife is a Christian, there's no problem. As long as your wife will not start bothering you that why did you get it and put pressure on you, you don't have any problem. Afa is not going to disturb your wife or children because you got it. It is your destiny you are trying to shape. So why should somebody tell you how to shape your destiny. And if your wife thinks that you getting far, of course, you will discuss with her before going in for it. And if she says she is not in agreement with you to get far, then the two of you must come to an understanding what to do. That will not be left to any of us. It will be between you and your wife alone. But if you feel that taking Afa will help you and help your wife and help your children, and the two of you have got a common understanding about it, you go for it. There are times, many times, when you are on a spiritual path and your partner is on a different path. Because what your partner is hearing from their pastor or whoever is talking to them is different from what you are hearing. And this usually bring conflict, because two voices cannot rule a child. With a many view, you both have to have a common understanding and a common goal. But if you are not having the same thought or mental energy together, that can bring conflict in the future. So before you get far, if your wife and kids are Christian, you should discuss with them. And if they agree on it, you can. But you must also understand what far is in Israel form. Don't just say because people say get far or people are doing far, I want to get it. Because far is a very deep philosophy which helps your life and helps the lives of the people around you. And it is not something you can go into it just as a fun, just because everybody is getting it. If you get initiated into real fun with the real priest, you will appreciate every day of your life, and you will be grateful to God and to your destiny that they have shown you a path that can give you life. So discuss with your family, discuss with your wife, discuss with your kids. Let them understand. But if you feel, oh, I want it, and you don't care for them, if there's any conflict tomorrow, then it is you and you alone who has to handle that. Thank you very much, Connie Jones. And then we have Mike Thomas here. Papa, it was so funny that you told the TSA agent that you are carrying a voodoo. Americans in general are very scared of such things due to ignorance. Yeah, but I was carrying voodoo. What will I say I was carrying? I was carrying voodoo, so it is their problem, not mine. And the worst or the mistake they made is I was going back to my country. I came to America and nobody worried me. And then I am going back to my country with my voodoo, and you are trying to say I shouldn't touch it. Something that I have been touching every day. I mean, it was crazy, but yeah, it's voodoo I was carrying. There is nothing else. It was voodoo, and it will always remain voodoo. So anyway, thank you very much for that. And then we have a Sila Ameji say, hey, Papa, your wife and husband is not your family. No, they're not your family. Your wife, when she was she born inside your family? Or your husband, when he was born, was he born inside your family? Was it not through friendship that the two of you become together as one? Afa even said it. There's in Afa Odu that says that your wife is not your family, your husband is not your family, your friends. Your wife can decide to leave you today and go back to his or her family. Your wife can leave you, can go back to her family. So it is your husband also can leave you and go back to his family. But his family will remain his family all the time. Whether the husband likes her or the wife likes him, his family remains his family. That's the proof that your wife is not your family. Your husband is not your family. Don't you see people sometimes when people die, or they are married in a family to another family, and when they die, their original families will come and say, we want to take our daughter back to our house. Sometimes in Africa, it becomes a fight. The husband's family say, oh, she's been with us for so long and is giving birth to children, so we want to bury her with our brother or our uncle or our father. The family will say, no, we are taking our daughter away, or we are taking our husband away. So what does that mean to you? It means that you are not families, you're friends, you're only partners. It's very harsh, but it's a truth. You know, sometimes people overdo things, and when there's a separation, people begin to feel angry and all this thing. It is all this thing. That's why Afa has given all these things. Yes, if you love your wife and you love your husband, you both should always have a common understanding when doing things. Okay, we go on to Mike Thomas. Papa, given your vast experience, can you please tell us how Afa initiation may transform a person? Afa is, as I said earlier, it is the blueprint of your destiny. The things that you have been doing and you don't know, the things that have been happening on you but you don't even know why they happen. It is Afa who will tell you why such things happen. And then you will now know how to go about your life. That's how Afa transforms people's life. There are certain people who would marry and then within a short time, their wives will go away from them. And sometimes, no matter how long the man and the woman are together, one day the wife just packs and leave and sometimes take the children away. Then you, the man, you are in you become like a square peg in a round hole. You don't know what to do and where to go, and you are thinking. And then that incident or that incident will pass, and then you get over it. You get married to another woman, or you get married to another husband, and before you know, your woman or your man leaves you again. And if such things continue happening and happening to you, you will be blaming yourself or blaming the woman, or you'll be blaming yourself or blaming your husband for not being with you. But the truth is that there is a fact poly or a fact odu. When your destiny is on that odu, that is what is supposed to be happening to you. Until you know what destiny you are on, or the path on which you are on in destiny, you can never change it. But once they identified your destiny during initiation at Ezu, they will know. And if your Toboko is kind, he will be able to point all these things to you. And then there is what we call Polim Vosa, means there is a Vosa or a ritual that is supposed to be done for you to block all the negative things that will be coming to you in your destiny, so that the positive will become more active in your life. So Afa has a lot of benefits, and if you are able to undergo a proper initiation, that's why I call it proper initiation, because there are so many sham initiations that are going on, even in our Africa, in Ghana, in Aveland, and also in the diaspora. When you get initiated, yet still you don't even know how Afa is working for you. It becomes a tool of worshiping, and always you just want to worship, and they tell you should be worshiping it so that things can be okay for you. No, you need to know how to work Afa so that Afa works for you. It is not the worshiping and dancing and clapping that makes it work. There are so many keys in Afa, and you need to know them, and then Afa will work for you, and you yourself will be surprised that you do things and you get results immediately. That's why I kept saying that our tradition is not based on faith and belief. It's based on practicality, doings, and seeing results. That is how our faith is based. Our traditional spirituality is based on that. It's not faith. You don't have to believe anything. You don't need to have faith in anything. If the formula is correct, the answer will come out. The solution will come out correctly. But if you are using something that you don't have to use, and you are using it in a different way, and you think that is the one. That's why a lot of people are initiated into fact. They only ended up wearing beads and white clothing and everything around without really getting the deep benefit of what Afa is. So when you are initiated by a proper priest, all these things become handy, and you learn. And even those who have been initiated and still want to learn more about themselves can still learn from proper priests. And they will pay money, because the priests also will take money for their knowledge that they're going to share with you. But you will know how to work far for your benefit. Not that it should just be in the air. Affairs should not be just in the air. My little boys are working far every day, and we are seeing results, and we are all amazed. So affairs is very, very beneficial. So if you are going to get initiated, get a proper priest. Don't get just anybody who is just need to worship fan. You going to worship fan, me super fan. No. That's not what we are talking about here. We are talking about the practical aspect of using AFA for your benefit and the benefit of the people you love, and then for the greater majority of humanity. That's what I'm talking here at the African Magic Temple. Thank you very much, Mike. Then the Lali says, thank you for answering my question, and I'm very grateful. You and Dr. Labi are the kind we really need in African spirituality. So proud of you too. To add to what Kwame Jones said, I'm really facing same challenges. Though I was initiated since childhood before marrying her, and it is really causing confusion. But that doesn't stop me. So I agree with what you are saying. Thank you very much. Yes, there must always be an agreement between you and your woman if you want to do any spiritual practice. So long as you want to keep that woman, then you must also know all these things. Okay, we have my daughter, my spiritual daughter, Jane Tiffany Mamisewa Akofo. They say, good evening, Papa and family. How are you, Mamisewa? Thank you very much for joining the conversation. We are very grateful that you made time to join it. And how is everybody in the US? We are very grateful. Thank you for joining. So we have on African Magic Temple, we have Timilei, John Jimo Aderemi says, my wife told me once that in her university days, she went to market to buy food stuff, and a madman chased her away, saying you neglect an important thing and you are buying food. She ran back to campus, and she was told a test is about to take place. And if not for that madman, she would have missed the test. So last week, she went to the market, and a mad woman held her hair from behind and asked her, where is my child? I'm asking because this 11 years we are married and looking unto our ancestors to give us children. Yeah, so there is some energy in her family following her. And if you people have been married for 11 years and you are still looking for a child, please do a very serious reading to know what to do. There is a possibility that one of you will not have a child, or by nature you are not given opportunity to have children, or both of you may not be given the opportunity to have children. Sometimes also you may be able to have children, but there is something that is blocking you, especially if there was something like an abortion in the past, and then these children that have been aborted become the roadblock and will not allow other children to come to you. So you people have to do a reading and find out what exactly is blocking the two of you from not having children. They may also be just a biological things. Sometimes it is not the hospital who can solve it. I think I was saying a story about me giving a medicine to somebody in JFK the last time I was in the US, and giving him a jobata at the airport. I initiated him at the airport and gave him medicine. He and the wife were married for almost 8 years. They were not having children. So when I did that for them, they have a daughter now. I think that daughter should be about 2 years plus now. Or, yeah, 2 years plus, going to 3. So you must find out what is going wrong. from the spiritual field as well as the medical one. You must find out if something is wrong. If you use a spiritual keys, they will tell you the reason why things are the way. So this mad woman who is asking this question to your wife may be a spirit, maybe an ancestor, maybe some energy that follows her life. So do a reading and make sure you know what is going on. Anyway, I'll be coming to the Europe these days, and I'm bringing some of my initiation tools with me. And those of you who want to be initiated but cannot make it to want to be initiated into voodoo but cannot make it to Ghana, I'll be coming. And if you're able to catch me at my places, I may be able to initiate you, and it will be a real initiation. So don't worry. Thank you. Yes, I think we are done with that. We are now going to uh, we're now going to YouTube. We have Kingsley here again. Say, please, is there any way you can help someone win Lotto? Kingsley, I am not a Lotto number spiritualist. That's not kind of spiritualist that I am. I'm more serious with my spiritual work than looking for Lotto number or looking for game of chance. I'm very sorry. I'm not that kind of spiritualist. There are so many thousands and one spiritualists who are Lotto number spiritually, but I'm sorry, I am not among them. Thank you very much. And then we have Ifa Dunke, the alchemist, saying, greetings, Papa. In Isese Ifa, we have a concept called Egbe Orum, which are our heavenly mates to assist them here on earth. Is there a similar concept in Ebe Voodoo? Yes, that's what we call Taji Voodoo. That the Taji Voodoo means the deities that came into the world with you. So they have their counterpart in the spiritual world, but they follow you here. So you connect with them, and they are your partners in the spiritual world. So it's the same like the Egbe Orum. Yeah, it is similar. We call them Taji Voodoo because they are deities that follow you before you came into the world. And you getting to know them and working with them will be a plus for you. Then we have Benny Muswane in South Africa saying, blessed Sunday, Papa and AMT family. Thank you very much, Benny. Then Benny went on to say, do Ebe Voodoo prescribe that women carry Aquaba dolls for fertility purposes? You see, Ebe Voodoo does not prescribe carrying Aquaba dolls for fertility because Aquaba, actually it's called Equiaba, it's an Akan concept of fertility dolls. The Ebes have different things, but what I know in Ebe Voodoo is when you have twins and one die, the one that passed on would be carved in the form of a human being or in the form of a doll. If it's a man, they'll carve it in the form of a man. If it's a woman, they'll carve it in the form of a woman. And the mother of the twins carry the living one and that carved one, because they will invoke the spirit of the dead one into the carving so that the two will always be together. Otherwise, it is believed that the one who passed on will come and invite the living one to follow them, and both will be lost. That I know. But carrying of Equiaba dolls for fertility purposes, I'm not very sure that it is in Ebe Voodoo. We will not give you Equiaba dolls, but we'll give you medicine. We'll prepare herbal medicines for you that you can, or do rituals that can invite babies from outer space, bodiless souls and energies to give you children. That's what we do. We ask the Voodoo to give you children, and the Voodoo will send you children, and you'll get pregnant and have kids. That's what it is. Then again, Benny Muswane said, do you have set of rules and regulations to live for children born through the help of Voodoo? Yes, there were regulations and rules and regulations one of the regulation of children born from voodoo is they are supposed to be taplai. Taplai is what people call today Rasta hair. Rasta hair. They are supposed to be born so that no razor shall touch their hair. No razor shall touch their hair, just like the John the Baptist in the Bible, where when he was born, because his mother asked the spirits in the synagogue to help to come and take this and put the air conditioner on. Okay. That the mother asked for the gods in the synagogue to give birth to John the Baptist, and that's why the Bible says no razor shall or should touch his hair. So in voodoo, when the children are born from voodoo, yes, it is also that no razor shall touch their hair until they reach certain age where rituals will be done, and then thanksgiving given to the voodoo, and then this child become a normal child. So for us, the Rasta hair originally was for voodoo children. And you will see that they put coins, cowries, and all this in the hair of the child. Nobody will comb the hair and nobody will cut the hair. But today, because of Christianity, a lot of people who even went to voodoo to get children will immediately they got pregnant and they have a child, they abandon to come to the shrine to say thank you, and they start going to church and praising Jesus Christ and Jehovah, foreign gods. But when they were in need of children or they were in need of a child, they forgot that Jehovah was there. They came to the shrine and asked for this thing. For me, I would just say only time will tell. Only time will tell. But when your child grows up and becomes stubborn and disturbs your life, and his life is not going on well, and things are not going on well for you, the parents, you will begin to think twice. So we at our shrine, we don't force you. You come to seek for a child, we give you a child. You don't come back, it's your own palaver. You come back, it's your own palaver. Because at the end of the day, we are only priests, we are not gods. So we cannot tell why you don't come back. At the right time, the gods will demand for recognition and acknowledgement. When that time will come, I don't know, because I'm not a god, I'm not a spirit, I'm just a human being who is connected to spirits and work with them. That's all. So there are rules and regulations that most people do not follow in this day, just because they are Christians who pass through the back door to come and ask for a child. Their pastors couldn't give them, their church couldn't give them, their Jesus Christ couldn't give them. They got it from voodoo, but once they get it, they go back to the church and thank and praise God and dance all the dancing they wanted to dance. But that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that because nature will always answer when the right time comes. So we have if I don't care, the alchemist, he said, if your essay is not causing you issues, but you have blockages, does that mean your essay isn't negative? I don't know. If your essay is not causing you blockage, how do you know your essay is not causing you blockages? Every essay comes with positive and negative, just like the world comes with daylight and night. We have the sky, we have the earth, we have man, we have woman, we have sunlight, and we have the rain. So everybody has in their essay, there is a negativity. There's a negative essay in everybody's life. But sometimes the expression of that negative essay in your life may not be very prevalent in your life. So you may not notice that you have a negative essay. But as time goes on, every day that we live, As long as the clock is ticking, we are changing. The hour that has passed already is not going to come again. The minute that has passed already is not going to come again. So new things will come your way tomorrow. And some of the old will go, but some of the old will still remain with you. So when your essay is not disturbing you, or you feel that it's not disturbing you, does not mean that it does not have negativity. But for some people, the negative essay is so strong that everything they are doing in their life is not working well. And if in a reading, and the reading says pointed out that it is your essay, then you need to work on it. Would you need to still do an essay alignment ritual if it never comes up in your consultation? Yes, if you want to. If you want to, because your essay is part of your your essay is your real you. And coming into this world without doing your essay and do anything, you have not yet come. You are just on the way. You have not yet arrived. So some people's destiny, because in before my essay was set up for me, it was not in a reading because my essay or negative essay was disturbing me. No, my essay was set up because I saw somebody who was having challenges with their negative essay, and then it was done for them. And the very day the negative essay was removed, we started seeing positive changes that very day. Within few hours, some positive changes started showing. The story is of one of my children. When he was born, he was not sleeping. He couldn't sleep at night. He was a baby. That's about 1 or 2 months. And he was always talking and talking and talking at night and speaking in the air. And sometimes get frightened and sometimes wake up crying. So I didn't know what was happening. So I asked one of my spiritual teacher, Tobe Tuji, said, this is what is happening to this child. All night he doesn't sleep, and he's talking, and we don't know what he's saying because he's a baby. We cannot understand his language. Then he said, okay, we should wait to ask Abochi what is going on. So we took the Abochi. He took the Abochi. He looked inside, then he closed it back, which is not the normal way he raised the Abochi. Then he opened it again and he closed it back again. So I was tempted to ask him, Toby, what are you seeing? Then he put his hand on his lips, telling me I should keep quiet. So I obliged, I kept quiet. Then on the third one, when he opened the mirror, then he told me that the child came with a very strong spirit, and that spirit is going to disturb him, or is the one disturbing him and trying to have control over him. And that he's going to be a very difficult child and very stubborn and difficult to take care of, and could bring a lot of problem into my life. So what we should do is that immediately we have to stop that negative essay that is trying to engulf and overcome him. So the child was about 3 months old. We did he couldn't even, he wasn't even crawling, so we had to hold him. And then the essay ceremony was done, and the negative essay was done, and we went and threw it away. And that very night, from that night, he started sleeping at night. And I had seen that physically. It's not like somebody told me a story or I read it in a book. I had seen that very physically. Then I asked, oh, so what about me? Can I also do my negative essay? He said, yes, so you can do. Then I also immediately get the items and did my negative essay. And then later I asked him to set up my positive essay for me. And it has been working for me. So it is not only that you do consultation before you ask people to set up your essay for you or to remove your negative essay for you. You may not know what you are missing until you know your essay. Thank you very much, Ifadunke, the alchemist. I'm very grateful for that question. Then anybody on Clubhouse? I think somebody came on Zoom and left. I think Bokor has come. Okay, we have a Asiome Kosi. I think your people, okay. Asiome Kosi was on Zoom, and then Heba was also on Zoom. Are they still here? If they are still here and they want to ask any question, please unmute your mics and then ask me question. I think Herbert wrote this thing. Hello, how are you today? I would like to know when in September will Senna be in the USA? What about of the US? What part of the US? I would like to do in-person consultation. Senna is going to be living in the very first week of September. He'll be in New York, and then maybe we'll travel to other places, but he'll be mostly in New York. Yeah. Thank you, Heba. I'm very grateful for that question. So if you can book an appointment with him now and he knows where you will be when he comes to the US, or you connect with him and he can do in-person consultation for you. Thank you. I think okay. If I don't care, say okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you too. If I don't care for the question, it's very interesting. It's a good question. Okay. Anybody on the Zoom? Senna join?
Yes.
Okay. Senna.
I heard about what you just discussed with the guy.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you too. Thank you.
Baba Menuhati also had a few questions that he put in the chat box.
Okay, Senna, can you read the questions that Bokor Menuhati Kama'ata wrote? Because
Yes, please.
read the questions so that we can all hear, and then I can read them in such a way that I can answer them one after the other.
Okay, please hold on, please. Okay, there are a few questions, so I'll start with some of them.
Yeah.
One is,
We can't hear you. Your line is breaking. I cannot hear what you're saying.
Afa, what stands out to you as far friends?
No, I cannot really hear it.
Of the different lineages in Afa,
Okay.
what stands out to you as far
Of the okay, Senna, hold on. Your line is shaky, so let's let me read it from here. Let me read it so that read it from here so that people can also hear you. Your line is shaky. I don't know where you are. Are you in Tokyo or in Takasaki? You can't read it.
No, Senna, because Senna is using that platform.
Okay. So anyway, let me be reading something. When you people get to that, let me know because I'm not getting this. So we have Mike Thomas again here. Papa, I see people feeding their dolls of twins at restaurant. And so is that the way some people do it? It's up to them. I cannot tell them not to do. They know what they are doing. So I mean, there are certain things in life you don't need to worry yourself. It is their problem. It's not your problem. So you don't need to worry about what somebody is doing. If it doesn't concern you, just look at it and find your way. So me, there are certain things I
Good
don't.
afternoon, Papa.
Hello, good afternoon, big brother. I call.
Yeah, Papa. Yes. Is it okay to read the questions to you since Senna's line is shaky?
Sure, you can. You can read them to me.
Okay. The first question is, can you share a funny or story about, especially one that correlates to your style of work when it comes to the essay?
I'm not sure if I can share a story of Pauline that relate to essay. Okay, like in my case, my Pauline, which is the Pauline on which I am, says that in my Pauline, I'm supposed to be someone who is an amlima. Amlimato means somebody who is a magician or somebody who is supposed to be a magician. That is in my pony. And I was a magician long before I was initiated into Fa. Had been a magician for many years before I got initiated into Fa. But in my pony, I am supposed to be a magician. And then in my pony too, I am supposed to be a traditional priest. But I was already doing voodoo work long before I got initiated into Fa by knowing my body that I am supposed to be a traditional priest. In my poly, women who will come into my life will be talkatives. They will talk too much. And truly, all my wives, the women that I had met in my life, they all talk a lot. And many things so related to me, and I was wondering that as if they knew me before, not knowing that is what I came into the world with. That's what I came into this world with. So whatever I am doing today is not a coincidence and it's not an accident. This is my destiny, and this is what I am supposed to do. It took me so long to finally come to it, but I had been doing so many other things that were related to my destiny without even knowing that it was in my destiny already. So the story to your poly depends on everybody. If someone who knows Fa very well tells you about your poly, you will see how closely you are related to what you got when you enter into a zoo or when you were initiated. So for me, I'll say that for my Pauline that I came to the world is just exactly what I am on the physical plane. So I don't know whether that will answer the question of Bokor Kemeata. But okay, then go with the second question. Let's see.
Yeah, we hope it. I think the answer is direct to the point, Papa.
Okay, thank you.
I hope it answers it too. The second question is, can you name some of the different lineages in Afa? What stands out to you as far as the differences? What are the clear distinctions?
Okay, the lineages of Afa, I think in every land there are about 4 or 5, or maybe more. But like I said earlier, it's the same thing. We all mention all the Ifa Odu from Bemeji to Yekumeji to Chetula. And it is those oracles that when they fall, that's what, whether you are Amijefa, Gogo, Anago, Boliga, it is that same oracle that fell is what you will talk about. So I don't see much difference in them. It's just like one old man was explaining the other day that it's like you have Christianity, you have Pentecostal, you have Roman Catholic, you have the Bremen Mission, you have Anglican, you have all these things. And then in Islam, you have Ahmadiyya, you have Yasaruddin, you have all kind of things. So, but it's all, everybody is talking about the same Quran and mentioning the same Quran. The only thing may be different is that the way they interpret the Quran or interpret the Bible is what may be different, because everybody who is talking about the Bible will try to talk it in such a way or teach it in a way to favor themselves. That's why the Catholic will tell you how to worship God or what God says in the Bible. The Pentecostals will tell you how it is. The Charismatic will tell. So it is with Afa. The people who are practicing Anago will tell you this is the way to practice it. Another person who is practicing Amijefa will tell you this is how to practice it. And so many of the people try to scare others off by saying that hey, if you are Amijefa, you are not supposed to go to the initiation ceremony of Anago because they are very dangerous people. It's all lies. What you don't know, you don't know. People can tell you anything, and if you are stupid, you just follow that. So me, I can go to any initiation of any Afa group, and I don't have any fear whatsoever. I'm just learning. And so long as you are a Bokor, you are Bokor for all Afa lineages. You can be present at any Afa ceremony, at any of the lineages. It does not mean you are going to be in any trouble or whatsoever. But if you are stupid, you'll be scared and you don't want. So for me, Afa, the lineages do not really matter because Afa is Afa or Ifa is Ifa. If the teacher who is teaching you knows it well and tells you how it will work for you, that's all you need. What else do you need? Is it the lineage that you crave for so much, or is it the practicality of how it works for you? What do you need? You just want to be praying and not getting results than to do things and get results? For me, I prefer to do things and get results than to be talking about lineage and whatever. So that is my take on that second question.
Okay, Papa. The third question is, so if someone is carrying a voodoo in airport and they ask you what is inside, we Americans should tell them it's voodoo instead of lying or trying to hide it.
Yeah, of course, it's your idol, is your artifact of worship or whatever religion or spirituality. What are you going to be scared of telling people unless you are trying to pretend to be Christian while you are having voodoo in your bag? In my passport, I am a traditionalist. And if you ask me what religion I belong to, I'm not going to write Christianity there because I'm not a Christian. Maybe when I was a child, when I was on my birth certificate and all this, and they wrote Christianity. But now that I grow and I'm old enough, I can tell people what I do and what I belong to. So when you bring voodoo from anywhere to America and they ask you what is it, you say, I'm a voodoo priest, so I went to learn about voodoo and I'm bringing you. Who will be afraid or who will worry you if you are doing voodoo? If people are coming from India and they say they are Hindus, nobody worries them. When people come and say they are Baha'i or they are Islamic people and all this, do they worry them? No. So why should we black people be afraid to say we are voodoo priests or we work with voodoo or voodoo is our way of relating to the divine? So Americans should stop being afraid and anything. Tell the people if they want to scan what is inside, let them scan. Because you are not carrying any contraband goods, you are not carrying cocaine, you are not carrying guns or anything to destroy, to disturb anybody. They should scan it, the voodoo. The voodoo will not spoil because they scan it. If it's a real voodoo, it will not spoil. The only thing the voodoo may do is that if it's so powerful, it may even spoil their scanner. Yes, well, and then is there another question? Is there another question? I can't hear you.
Yes, there is.
Okay,
yeah,
please.
That's the third one. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The term for mother or sister as dada as da or dada is feminine. So when we say daddy, referring to our father in English, is that backwards? That's the last question.
That one, I don't know. English name is different from our local names. The reason why English calls somebody daddy, I don't know whether the person is a cat or is a mouse, because we call daddy in our language. Cat is called daddy in every daddy. So if people are calling their father daddy or daddy and daddy, I don't know why English people call a father daddy and they call a mother mama. But we in Ewe we call mother dada. Dada means mother. And then of course people who have gone to school will call mama. But our original way of calling our mothers is dada, not mama. The people who went to school, they started calling mama, mama, mama. So originally there was nothing like mama. Mama in our language is an old lady. When they say mama, then we are talking about an old lady or an elderly person you can call mama or a grandmother. But then dada is a mother. So where that dada or daddy come from, our language is not English language, and English language is not our language. So I cannot relate it to say whether it is backwards or it is going forward. I cannot tell about that. So languages have different meaning, and I believe very strongly the white people or the Europeans know why they call a father daddy, and that doesn't have anything to do with us. We are copying them. We can also call that, and it is okay. Any more question there, or is that finished?
It's finished, Papa.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's very interesting, because I don't have the time to be watching the write up, but if you say it like this, then everybody learn from it. Thank you very much. And then any more question on the Clubhouse? If there is, please bring it up. Okay, we have a elastic here. Say, Papa, I've seen pictures of Senna and Pele with their heads shaved. Is there any significance to why one has to shave off their hair at the point when it comes to our spirituality? Yes, it is significant. When you are getting a fa or you are being initiated into fa, you are advised and also like supposed to shave off your hair so that you will be born again. Because when your hair is part of your spirituality, your hair is part of your spirit. And if you had carried that one and it has not been beneficial to you, when they are introducing you into a further spiritual practices, you will need to shave off and then be born again, because there will be herbs you will bath and some will be into your head and all these things. But then on the other hand, when you do a reading and the reading says that the hair that is on your head is going to bring problem to you, that you should shave it off, you have to quickly shave it off. You will have to quickly shave it off, because if you don't shave it off, it's going to worry you. Something will happen and you will not know, because of the way you are growing your hair, that this problem is coming. But Afa can see, so Afa tells. So people will hear it and they say shave off, like the case of Pele and of course of Senna also. There was one time that I did a reading on their behalf in Ghana while they were in Japan, and in the case of Pele, they asked Pele to immediately shave off his hair. That time he had rasta. But my children have been with me all through their life, and they have seen the way I do things, and they have seen how practically things happen. So immediately, Afa said that Pele should shave off his hair. They didn't know he was a Rasta or anything. Yes, of course, he took so many years to keep that hair, grow that hair as a Rasta. But he immediately, the following day or in 3 days' time, he shaved off completely and became bald head. but it worked well and practically for him, and he gained. And it was the same in the case of Senna too. He was also asked to shave off his hair, and he also did shave his hair off. So there's a very there's a significant when it is necessary to shave off your hair, and they tell you to shave off your hair, do, because if the oracle sees it and knows that this is what the problem is, and that is how you can avoid danger, do listen. It will help your life a lot. But you know,
Papa, please, if I can come in,
yes, then I go ahead.
just to share a little bit on. So for Pele's case, he was going through a lot of challenges in his workplace. He was a market analyst at the time at a very big company, and he was working very hard, but he wasn't really seeing the results. And he was also not sleeping well at all. Like he sleeps, but he doesn't really feel rested, and only nightmares and those things. And Afa said that it's the hair you are carrying is having fire, so you should cut it. And in my case too, actually, me, I was more stubborn. The first time Afa told me, I said, oh, this one, it doesn't matter. I went to another second really different designer. He said you should cut the hair. That one too, I was being stubborn. But the third time, another third designer said the same thing. I said, no, this thing, it is saying something. And once I did my sleeping, everything, and right now it's just much more simple. So I choose to have it that way now. But Afa has a reason why it says your hair is the problem. And if it's the problem, you don't cut it and the problems that still continue. It's your own problem.
Yes, thank you very much, Senna, for that. If you don't, when they give you advice, you don't take it. Whatever consequences come is for you. You have to bear it. So thank you very much, Senna. And last thing, that is the reason why they shave off. Then we have Mike Thomas. Says, Papa, will Senna bring any oral soaps? Yes, I think so, because we have a lot of oral soaps in Japan. Senna, are you hearing?
Yes, Papa, I'll bring it. I'll take it.
Yeah, because I think we have a lot there. So please take them or pack them, and if you need to, you don't have the containers.
I don't have the containers, but I'll bring the big one, and when I get to the US, I can distribute it, or I can even just wrap it up and things like that. I just have to worry about the weight because it's heavy and all those things. But I will definitely bring some. So if there's anybody, I can contact you, and then I can.
Yeah, it's a Mike Thomas who is asking. You can see this is on your page on Revolution. You can see the people who ask questions. Get in touch on them.
Okay.
But definitely, Senna will bring some oral enhancing soaps to the US. And then we have Delali say here, saying, Papa, please, when you were initiated into GISA, did you receive an additional polling to what you already had? No, it is my, I was initiated into GISA originally. And then I went to get initiation into Anago. My polling remains the same. Nobody changed any polling. It's not two polling. It's the same one, but they just did it's only slight differences in the initiation. So it wasn't that different. So for me, it is okay. They didn't change my polling. It remains the same polling for me. The Anago one even made me to understand more into what the polling that I got from GISA. They made it more clear, and then the understanding of FA become more easier for me than when I got it from, because my GISA teacher is not with me. He's based in Togo, so he could not teach me deeply, and also I also don't go there often. So when I got Anago, which is closer to me, and I could learn from the people who know it, and their stories and the GISA stories are almost the same, but then the Anago became more realistic for me because I have the two, and the person who taught me to also has the two, so it was easier for him because he also had GISA first before getting Anago. So me getting into the two had helped me. And I think Shamba Musa had Anago first, and then when he came, I let them initiate him into GISA. So he also has the two, but it is of the same poly. We don't change the poly. Okay, move it up and let's see if we have anything again. I think, Papa, please, when you, okay, so Kofi Smith, you say your polling do not change. Yes, that's very true. The polling do not change. And then Kofi Smith is saying to Delali, say, no, yeah, your polling will not change. It remains the same. So if you go to get if you go to do a change of, or you want to get initiated into any other AFA, apart from the original one that you were initiated into, if the teacher is a real teacher, he should not change your polling. You are not supposed to have double polling. You are not supposed to have double destiny. You can only have one destiny. So be very careful if it becomes two. The destinies become two. It will disturb you. But you cannot have two destinies. You can only have one. So you may have a destiny which we call a police, and then you may have a destiny which is called a cellular agreement, but it is the same destiny. One will give you more understanding of the other. That's all that it is. So you are not supposed to get different body. Then big sister Ifadara said, awesome. How long will Senna be here? I think Senna is going to be there for about 3 weeks to 1 month in the US. Yes, big sister Ifadara. Senna, they're asking how long will you be in the US?
For about 3 weeks, please. If I can, if she contacts me or I'm in touch with her, then we can talk about the details and the places that I will be, please.
Okay. Okay, so big sister Ifadara. So Senna said he'll be there for 3 weeks, and if you can get in touch with him on Facebook or on either on Revolution or this, he will be able to tell you his details and the places that he will be at. I think will you be going to Ohio?
13.
Okay.
13.
So we'll go to Ohio and try to go to what is it? Atlanta. That's where we have Cady Fisher and the families. And we have a lot of followers from there too. So please.
Hi, this is Zio from Los Angeles. Can you hear me?
Yes, Zil, I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning to all. Yeah, I just you said you're going to be in Ohio, and I just wanted to make sure I heard the city. Did you say Cincinnati?
I don't know. Senna, did you say Cincinnati? Ohio, I think is going.
No, I did not say Cincinnati. Where is Chamba?
It's in.
I'm in Dayton, but it's not. Where Chamba is going is where I.
Dayton. Okay, all right. I just wanted.
I'm in Ohio also. I'm in Cincinnati myself.
Oh.
But I'm going to be flying through LA, so I'll be in LA for at least a day or two.
Oh, really? I want to meet you. I'll inbox you.
Sure.
I'll DM you.
So Zil, get in touch and then you know how to meet him.
Okay, yeah, I live in Los Angeles.
I'm in LA and Cincinnati.
Yeah, party. We can all meet up. I live by the airport too.
Great.
We have just got our Bokor bullet has just arrived, and he's in here with me. So those who can see on the screen, those who have Facebook and all this, you can see Bokor. What is it? So Zil wrote something on the okay, Father is awesome. How long will you? Okay, well, please can you like that so I don't repeat? Like this? Yes, thank you. And then Zil Harris says hi to all. I read this article yesterday about voodoo in New York City. It's written by a Pulitzer Prize-winning Haitian American photojournalist. Just wanted to share it. Okay, thank you, Zil. Thank you. There are so many voodoo people. That's the article in the Washington Post. So I think you can pick that and put it on that everybody can see. Yeah. So those who want to read it can read that too. Thank you very much. Bokor no chia.
I posted it on Facebook too. Because Ikao asked to post it on the page, so I think he meant the Facebook page. So I copied it and pasted there, so you don't have to copy and paste the link. You just click on the link and it takes you to the article.
Thank you. We are very grateful. Okay, so you don't need to copy it because she has already posted it there too. Okay, thank you very much, Zil. We are very grateful. Yeah. Then anybody on okay. Jane, Tiffany, Mamisa, I say, hey, Bokor Bullet, long time. Good to see you. Thank you. Mamisa, thank you.
Papa.
Yes, Shamba.
I just want to say greetings to Bokor Bullet.
Yes, Shamba, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. We are fine.
Papa, I wanted to ask you a question about the. I remember when I was in Azume with you, and when they were asking me about my fully, but they asked me it was another fully, I guess underneath the main one.
Yes, when you are initiated, the main one is your poly. And then there is the one they call Jogbana and Alugbede, means the witnesses that came with your poly. This sometimes people do not give the witness; they give only the one poly to you, and or they even told you about your poly, but somehow the Alugbede and Jogbana you have forgotten it, and if it is not written or you did not record it, that's why they were trying to find out, and then they were able to get the Alugbede and Jogbana.
Yes, Papa. I remember. I didn't know what it was for at the time.
Okay, yes, I can understand. Because those are very important in FA, that these two are kind of like witnesses and they are complementing the main poly that fall for you. So since you had been initiated long before coming to Africa Magic Temple, they were only trying to know which poly had fallen after your main poly, because your poly is the direct opposite of mine.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. And then we have if I don't care, the alchemist says, okay, thank you, sir. Then we have Kobina Penin here. Thank you, Papa, for the insights shared. And Kobina Penin went on. Hope you and the AMT team are all doing well. Yes, we are. We are doing very well. Thank you very much, Kobina. And my regards to Ada and everybody. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Asiome Kosi and Heba wrote their own. I think, yeah, he said thank you very much too. And then Asiome hasn't said anything, hasn't written anything yet. So if anybody on Clubhouse wanted to ask any question, okay, Bokor Bullet also is here. Maybe somebody want to ask something and he can also clarify for you.
Papa, please, I have a question for Bokor Bullet, please.
Okay.
Sometimes in Eveland, some people argue of the fact that Afa is from Eveland, but from what he knows, is Afa from Eveland or is it from an Agoland or Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. Afar is from Anago land. It's not a way people brought Afar. Afar is everywhere. It's not a way people who know Afar. Nigerian people to know. Our learning, we learn that we learn Afar from Ile-Ife.
Which is in Nigeria.
The Ewe people learn Afar from Ile-Ife. So how can Ewe people will say that Afar from Ewe? It's a lie.
Even to talk on what Bokor had said, the Odus that we call, Afadu that we call, they are all in Yoruba. Bemeji, Iyeku Meji, Iwori Meji, Idim Meji, Iroso, Nwani, Obara, Akana, Gunda. So they are all in Yoruba. Before the Aves tried to adulterate it and bring it to our understanding, that's why it became Bemeji, Jongbe. All this thing, it is Yoruba word. Why the Meji if it is not Yoruba? If it is not from this thing? The Aves don't have any language or any word in our language called Meji. Meji means double or two or twins. That's why they call people in Yoruba land who has got twins are called Ibeji. So it is not every word. So if anybody is arguing that Afar came from every land, then they have to find the every words for the Poli. So they should stop using Yoruba words. Then we know that they have gotten it from our own every people. Because as long as they will continue using the Yoruba words for the Polins or the Ifa Odu, then they cannot ever say that it did not come from Yoruba land.
Akwetobe, thank you, Papa.
Okay, thank you too.
Thank you. Okay, we have a fear as I said, Bokor, please kindly speak up. It's a microphone. So he is speaking. Thank you, Efia. So any more questions, please? Today I want to close early because I'm really been very exhausted. So please, if you don't have any questions, I'm going to close soon. So if you have questions, please send them to me quickly so that we can answer you. Bokor is also here. Then we can finish and then find some food to eat. Call Kede for me. Is Bokor John okay?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
I think it's around. It's around. From all these guys.
Tell them that they should do some food.
Okay.
Oh, my friends are the
Okay.
Oh, please, I have another question for Toby, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Toby.
Yes.
I know that women are also initiated into AFA, but I want to know if women also check the cast AFA for divination, for reading as well. And if there's any difference between what they do and what a man will do. And when a woman is that, do they call her Bokor as well? Or what is the title for a woman who is in AFA? Is it AFA or what is the title?
Okay. If you are a woman, you want to do a reading or you want to be throwing the gumaga, you will reach some place before. If your menstruation is not coming again, then you can do that work.
If you are in your menopause,
yes,
when you are no more menstruating or going through your monthly cycle, that is the time that you can now do a reading with the gumaga. But if you are still menstruating, you can be initiated, but you cannot do a reading for people with the gumaga.
Yes. Then if you reach that point, then they will call you a Bokor.
You hear the word Bokor. Just like we are calling men a Bokor. Then woman is Eno in Eve. So when you read that stage where you can now do a reading, you will be called Eno Bokor. Not Toboko, but Eno Bokor because you are a woman.
Wow, thank you.
Me too, I learned some new word today.
Oh, this is Zeal. Can you repeat that all very slowly?
Okay, what Toboko Bullet is saying is that, as per the questions Senna asks, that can women who are initiated into Afa, as in Eve Afa, also do a reading, just like how male Bokono do reading? And what name are they called? So Bokor was explaining that before you can do a reading with the divination chain, which we call Gumaga in Eve, you need to reach certain stage in life, which is you must be in your menopause. You will not be having menstruations or your monthly cycles anymore. You can be initiated earlier, but for you to be able to do a reading as the way male Bokors do reading, you must reach that stage. And when you reach that stage, you can do a reading. And instead of them calling you a To Bokor, a To in Eve means father, they will call you a No Bokor, which means mother Bokono, or mother priestess in Bokor, Afa Bokor. So that's what we were explaining.
Okay, and what's the reason? I mean, what is given as the reason for why a woman has to stop menstruating first?
Menstruation, bad, allowed.
Okay. So what Bokor is explaining is that the reason why a woman has to reach menopause before doing a reading in African traditional spirituality, or especially in Ewe, Voodoo, and Afa, the menstrual blood is regarded as unclean. So, if someone who is in menstruation or going through their monthly cycle, that uncleanliness will spoil or disturb the spirits from flowing and working well. For this reason, they are not allowed to do a reading because they are still in their prime.
Okay, I heard you.
You know, before, one reason is that in America, a lot of people want to know why. These things have been there before mankind came. And then you want to know why. We don't ask too many questions why. If we do it and it is working for you, because you may be in your menstruation and you want to do certain spiritual things, and if the spirit that you are dealing with are not happy, it can affect you negatively. Of course, there are certain spirits you can work with even when you are in your menstrual cycle. That's also there. But there are certain spirits that no, I don't. A spirit says no, I don't want someone who is in their menstrual cycle, shouldn't work me. But in the diaspora America, everybody wants to know why. Bokor wants to elaborate a little bit more.
Well, the cultural traditions are different from culture to culture, and the beliefs around menstruation. So, it's just different.
Yeah, but then if you are learning from a different culture, which is not your original culture, those people have their own beliefs and their taboos and everything. So you who is coming to learn from them, you are supposed to follow that if you want to learn. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then you said that they can't do the readings with the divination chain. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So can they do it with they can do divination with other forms or just not at all?
They can do divination with other forms. There are so many female priestesses who are doing divination. But when you are using the kumaga or the divination chain, which is Ifa or Afa, that is the one that we are talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, Bokor want to say something. After I will explain, you can talk, please. Go ahead.
Ke nyɔnu ele esrɔ̃ gbɔ yi ke nye fanagonu gbɔ ke wòle gbɔ enɔ dɔ ɖe sia ɖe wɔm nɛ ye wɔna vodonu ɖe sia ɖe kpɔnu ɖe sia ɖe gbɔ gake nyɔnua le gbɔ ŋutsua metɔna o emɔzɔlae edo dema ɖe eƒe aƒe me nyɔnua menya o ye ŋutsua zɔ mɔ kɔ ŋutsu bubu eva yi ɖe ŋutsu bubu gbɔ toko ge ɖe aƒea me ko demea wodo kple agozi enye zevi sue ɖevia ɖe ko agozi ya dzo va ɖɔ ɖe eɖɔ ŋu kple su be ne ye fofoa gbɔ nya be
mɔ megali
ya ye mekpɔ mɔ yi ɖe afi me ta be nyɔnua dze agbɔ ke eya nɔ gbagba dzem be yeaɖi ɖa eko yi enɔ gbam wogbam ko eva dze eɖokui edabi eɖokui ŋu egbe wòklikli ɖe afi ma nɛ eye ŋutsua gbɔ ŋutsua va nɔ gbe biame hafi wògblɔ nya yewo ke fa be kpawo fifia nɔnɔme ma me wòle megayi gogogo miawɔ edze agbɔ yano ŋkuɖome yiƒe agɔdzedze dzi nɛ dzinu sia dzinu gɔ yegaɖo ŋku yiƒe agɔdzedze dzi nɛ ne wòwɔ nu ma ko mekpɔ mɔ te ɖe ye ŋu ŋumatae ne ŋu ma le ŋu ko mekpɔ age ɖe ʋuɖuxɔ ɖeke me le miaƒe dekɔnu le kpɔlimɔli ko le tem.
Okay. Yeah. So there is a story to Zil should listen to this very carefully. There's a story of how menstruation came about. It's a mystic, a mythical story. It's a mythology, but it says that in the past, Afa as the oracle also is in the story is used as a human being in the Ifa Odu or Afadu Ngoli Ko Lete, which is Ngoli and Irete or Ngoli and Lete. That Afanagonu has a wife who had been helping him in doing everything, all the work of Fa, all the sacrifices and everything. And then she was playing a very major role in everything Afa was doing. But one day Afa was traveling out. He used to travel and go and come back. But he planted a protection key in his house, which we call in Eve Dema, that whenever my wife goes to another man, I should know. We call it Dema. It's in a lot of people plant it in their house. So Afa traveled, and then another man came to the woman and had sex with the woman. So the wife was just walking as if, let's say, it was going to lead the man off. Then the Dema was put in a small pot we call gozi. That Dema just jumped and then covered the pussy, with the mind that when the husband comes back, he would not go to the woman because something has blocked her in the story. So the lady or the woman had been trying to remove it so that she will be the same as she was before the man left. She tried everything, she couldn't. And then she was using cutlass or machete to break the pot, and then she hurt herself and blood started coming out of her. So when the husband, which is Afa, came back, was asking her, what happened? Because he wanted to have sex with the woman and he realized that she's bleeding. He says, what had happened to you? Then the woman explained all these things that had happened, that there's another man who came and this thing came and I was trying to break it and I cut myself. Then Fa said that, okay, in Poli Ngoli Ko Lete, the mistake you have made from now onwards, when you are having this blood, you cannot come closer to me. So from today, you cannot work with me when you are going through your menstrual cycle. And that is how it has been. That's why a lot of voodoos also, when women are in their menstrual cycle, they don't go because the Afar want to use it as a reminder that there was a time that you were infidel. And for this reason, you have menstruation every time. And until your menstruation is over, you cannot come closer to me. This is what Bokor is saying, that it is in one of the Afar Poli do Ngoli Kolete. That's what told that story. So that's why women, when they are in their menstrual cycle, Afar doesn't want to work with them at that time. And if you want to be an Afar Bokor or someone who will be dealing with Afar every day, you cannot work with Afar until you reach your menopause, so that every day you are not going to have menstrual blood, and you can work with Afar from then onwards. This is the story in the Afar Du Mali Ko Lete.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
When you tell the story, it reminds me of some of the things that I actually thought about earlier in the week, but I just couldn't figure out how to formulate a question around the significance of blood in Vodou.
Okay.
And the belief that blood has power.
Definitely. It's the most powerful thing, blood. Because if it is in your body, you live. If it goes out from your body, you are dead.
But I remember when sometime you were telling us about stories of how every people used to tie menstrual pads for their joka.
Even now they do it. Even now, if you want your joka to be very powerful and nobody can overcome it, you put menstrual pad inside.
So good.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Senator. So I know there's some people that are on the call that are women who are going to have some questions, and sorry for the noise in the background. They won't be clear. They still won't be clear about what's being said, right? So I want to ask the question this way to hopefully see if it will help.
Go ahead, Bokor.
There are some women, right? We know there are some women who they don't like this idea, right? They don't like the notion, that there are taboos around the cycle, the menstruation. So if there is a woman who decides, I don't mind that. That's just something men say, and they want to go to the shrine anyway. They want to go into the temple anyway. They don't tell anybody that they're on their cycle, and they want to see what will happen. And what would be some examples of what could happen for the woman who wants to ignore the rules around menstruation, and they want to go to the shrine, go inside the temple, or whatever the case may be?
Okay, let Bokor explain first, then I'll break it down for everybody too. Yeah, Bokor. So that if a woman, they told her, oh, don't go to the shrine because you are in your menstrual cycle. A lot of women do not like to say that, oh, because we are having menstruation, we should not touch voodoo or we should not go near voodoo. But then some women are very stubborn and they want to see what will happen. So Bokor Menuhati Kamaata is asking that what will be some of the things that will happen? Somebody who is stubborn and say, okay, I want to see what will happen. What are some of the things that will happen on such people?
Okay. Nye John Adewoji shigere nyebe uno breeding magatona until a boom vogoma. Banyi ali ya wenyi afi o kongno afi opto. Tamaro utri na to ubuna bane ye uwe ko ye bukono fuduo. Onye fuduo na bukono. Unto bukono dokio. Ewe fu okpaga. Alaba no deseba nyi ale magawe. Ye na trito we nyi elema. Afi bo mamu onio enwole o ga manya mega baka ka bajaju.
Okay, Bokor is explaining that for such people who are so stubborn and wanted to see what it is, when you are in your secretly, you are in your monthly cycle, and then they say, "Oh, don't approach this place when you are in your monthly cycle of menstruation." But you are stubborn and with ears like that of a bush cow, buffalo ears, and you want to go. When you go, usually, if the voodoo is real and it's a real voodoo and not the kind of voodoo somebody is deceiving people that I get voodoo, but it's not voodoo. When you go, your menstruation will not stop. You will continue having that bleeding continuously. You will be trying everything to stop the menstruation, your menstruation to stop, but it won't. It will not stop. That is one of it that happens to people until you told people that, oh, I intentionally went there, because some people do it with the intention that they want to neutralize the power of the voodoo that is there. That's why secretly they will go into the place while they are in their menses, even though they were told not to. And then if rules and regulations are made, when you break the rule and the regulation, the outcome, you who broke the rule, you are the one who will feel the outcome, or you are the one who will pay for the outcome. It is not human beings who will judge you or say, oh, we are going to punish you because you do this thing. When the spirit is real, you reap the result yourself, and you until you confess what you were trying to do, that blood is not going to stop. So Bokor Menuhati, that is the explanation from Bokor. I just translated.
Please thank the Bokor. I appreciate the response. And to Senna, when Senna made had mentioned the thing about tying the spiritual blood around the Zoka, that's a great example to my next question. In U.S., whether it makes sense or not, whether it's valid or not, there are people who are doing rituals with menstruation blood, and then you also have people who, no matter how much you explain to them the different reasons why you don't do something while you're menstruating, they want to know. They feel like everything that's being said is something negative, like the menstruation is negative, right? So Senna just spoke to that there's power in it. And then you spoke to the power in it, and the Bokono spoke to the power in it as well. So can you give some examples of how powerful the menstruation blood is and how it's not necessarily negative when you hear these explanations? It doesn't have to be a negative thing or a positive thing. It's just a reality kind of thing. Am I making sense?
Okay. So the menstrual blood is not a negative thing. There is power in it. That's why certain voodoos do not want you to come closer, because you try to neutralize the energy of the voodoo. And voodoo is working for not only one single person, it's working for a lot of people. But then one single person wanted to neutralize the power for whatever reason it is only known to them. And that's why the voodoo will also show to punish. In some of the voodoos that work, especially certain talismans and all these things, the menstruation pad, not directly the blood, but we will call it bele godwe, which is the olden days one that our grandmothers used to wear and wash it. Those belegodwe or menstrual pad, parts of them are used in certain voodoos to make sure if someone comes to that voodoo and wanted to use the menstrual blood or menstruation to neutralize the power of that particular voodoo, it will not happen. And also, when people attack you, unless they were not born by a woman, that it is only then that they can overcome you. But because they are women, the women who gave birth to them or the mothers who gave birth to them at one time had their menstrual cycle or had gone through menstruation before. So the part of the parts are used in making certain voodoos very, very active and powerful. So Bokor Menuhati That's what it is. And I know about stories that my fathers and my grandfathers told me that during wars in our area, women usually lead the war. They will use their menstrual pads, or it's not even those days. It's not pad; it's a cloth. They will use that cloth and tie on the akpledachi. Akpledachi is a stick that is used in cooking the cornmeal, and everybody eats akple, and everybody eats cornmeal. So when they tie that on the akpledachi, it means unless you have not eaten akple before, unless you have not been born by a woman before, then only you can defeat women. So women will be with that in front before the men will hold guns and follow them. That's what stories that we heard when we were growing up. So it is not that it is only is negative, but then sometimes it disturbs the flow of energy. That's why, because it's very powerful. It's natural.
Papa.
Yes.
May I speak? I just want to make a contribution.
Go ahead, big brother.
Okay. I think that in learning voodoo, we must accept that voodoo comes from a system that has been tried and tested over centuries.
Sure.
Okay, and it helps everyone if we stop looking at the practice of voodoo through the lenses of supposed Western philosophies.
Right.
I mean, if a woman doesn't like anybody to talk negative about, or they don't like the idea of their menstruation being described in a particular way, it's okay. We don't have a problem. But in the voodoo arena, these are the rules and the regulation.
Definitely.
There's a well-known story in Nigeria where during the colonial era, there's a particular shrine. I can't remember whether it's Ogun State or Ondo State. I'm lost. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
That shrine, a dog and women are not supposed to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the colonial officer at the time, his wife and his dog, his wife took their dog in defiance of local
taboos.
knowledge.
Yeah.
As soon as they left the shrine, both died.
Yes.
If any Nigerians here, they can verify, they can probably give a location of this story. It's documented. So this thing of bringing feminism, women power, all that, that is not applicable where we are from.
That's
where
very
we
true.
are from, we respect women according to our culture and dictates of our environment.
Very true.
If you have your feminism and all your stuff in America, that is okay. But do not transport them here because they're not applicable here.
Don't use them to influence what we have been doing. We are not Westerners. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Papa, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, big brother. Echo. Very, very good, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tobe Echo.
Okay.
Message.
Okay, we have one. I said, Delali says, greetings to Bokor Bullet. Please, I once saw a young Bokor during divination on Bokor Bullet's page. Normally, I know we do speak on money, but he spoke on something different that I didn't vividly see. If he remembers what I'm saying, can he please educate us on what he spoke on before the Gumaga was placed on? Thank you. Okay, I know what you are talking about, but that is for Bokors. If Bokors are doing reading for themselves within themselves, we call something Aji. It is Aji they will speak on. But then when you are not a Bokor, you are not connected to a Bokor family, you will not need that Aji. It is only for the Bokors when they are doing reading for themselves that when they use that. But other people use money. I remain with you. So I think we are almost done. Okay, we have Van Perico saying, Papa, please explain again the witness polling and its significance. Or you are talking about the this what do you call it? When you have when you are initiated into Fa, there is a major Fadu. I think that is called a Duno. Duno, or the mother oracle called a Duno. Then we have the Alugbede, and then we have the Jobana. Those are the witnesses to the Eduno, which is the Poli that is falling. The second and the third one that fall are witnessing. They are witnesses to the first one to show, and then they ask them, is this thing in favor or it's not in favor? That's what they listen. Then the Eduno will be sitting there, and these two will come and say, yes, it is for or it's against. It is in the future or it is already in the past. That is what those two witness bodies do in Afabegi. And then Vampirico said, Papa, in India administration, women cannot go into the temple of Saturn, but modern women always protect this. Yes, I know there was a court case in the Supreme Court in India where women say they wanted to go. Unless the voodoo there is no more working. But if the voodoo there is working and you go there by force and you go back home and your menstruation is not stopping, tomorrow you advise yourself and advise other people. If the voodoo has become only a tourist attraction and it is no more powerful, then women can go to court and go and nothing will happen. And then it's become more like a political tool and a business than spiritual. So these things are there. Sometimes the voodoo there is already dead. So women can challenge and go to court and walk in and walk out without any problem. But when you go to certain shrines and they say don't come and you come, when you come out, it's your own palaver. We are not Westerners. We are not equality, gender equality thing in our traditional spirituality. Women have their place and they are respected and they also know where they belong to. When Westerners are trying to learn from our culture and they are thinking that they have to impose their beliefs and rules on us, it doesn't work because we are doing spirituality. We are not talking about religion. Why is it that until today Catholic Church has never made a female pope before? Have you people been asking the Catholics why? And has people been challenging the Pope and the Cardinal there that why they didn't make a woman Pope? But then when it comes to Africa, people want to say, why? The Pope is in Italy. Nobody had ever challenged them that why won't you make a woman Pope? Why won't you make a woman Cardinal? That's always been a male thing. Nobody said anything. Everybody accepted. Even all the politicians in the world, everybody kept quiet. But when it comes to Africa, because we are looked upon as what we do here is backward, it's not anything. So it is easy for people to say women must have equality. Not in my shrine. If there's a voodoo, they say don't go to, you want to go, you can go. And when the consequences come, you carry it with you. How many female imams have you seen in Saudi Arabia? Have you seen female imam? But in Saudi Arabia, they don't have women. And don't they pray? So why they didn't make any female imam in Saudi Arabia? Okay, the Lali says, thank you. If I got you right, you are talking about Ajiku, yes, Voji. The Vojis that we Ajiku, yes, Ajiku, yes, Aji, yes, which is round and.
That was going to be my next question.
Yes, it's Aji, yes, it's Aji.
You're referring to the Voji.
Is that is a part of the Voji, yes. The round one, very smooth round one, Ajiku. That's what the Bokor talks on when.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I was thinking it was something new I haven't learned before.
No,
I was writing it down and everything.
It's the same. Ajiku. Inside the Voji, there's the small gray one that is very smooth.
What was you mentioned before the Gumaga, you said there was the Eduno, I didn't catch the second one, and the Jobana.
Alugbede and Jogbana. I don't know which one comes. I think Jogbana comes first, then the Alugbede comes second. As the second one. Jogbana.
Is it possible to elaborate on the three and explain what they are?
What I was explaining is that when the oracle falls for you in a reading, or whether in an initiation, the main one that fall is called a Duno, means a mother oracle. That is your oracle.
Oh, okay, I get you.
And then the second one will fall, and they want to know whether this thing that has fallen for you, is it something that is going to be in the future? Is it in the past, or it is in the future? So that they will know what kind of sacrifices to do and the rituals to do. So when it falls like that, the Eduno falls, and then Jogbana will come. And after the Jogbana, then come the second witness is the Alugbede. Okay, we have Togbe Jigbezan Sesoka. It's a greetings and good day, Papa Bokor and Nuledo. Amerikamede and Nudo. And Nuledo now Bokor. I hope you are doing well. Yes, we are all. And how are you? Hope everything is fine with you. Then we have Benny Moswane. Do spiritual bracelets, neck beads, waist string carry different vibrations for a spiritualist wearing them? How different are they from priest garments? I don't know how different are they from priest garments, but there are certain, like we wear this bracelet. It's a spiritual bracelet, and this bracelet is having the power of the deity we work with, because it has gone through certain rituals before it becomes a bracelet. And these rituals were not just by our own imagination. It is a deity who prescribed these rituals to be done so that it can have a connection with this bracelet, just like you have your telephone or you have your hand phone. When you put certain chips in it, then that chip will connect with the providers this in the satellite before distributing it to other things. And each person with that same chip will connect to that satellite point. So when you see a bracelet, or maybe you see beads or anklets or whatever, which is a spiritual entity, then it has to have a connection with some spirit. It is not just a bracelet or beads for that matter. That's why certain people who just go to market and buy things and put on their neck and buy things so that people should think that they are very powerful are in danger, because there is no spirit or no voodoo that is following that thing unless it has been initiated. The bracelets themselves have been initiated, and you, the wearer, also you are initiated. This is what it is. With spiritual garments, it depends on what you call spiritual garment. Just wearing a plain white cloth is not really a garment. But if you wear the ones with the spiritual things embedded in them, then it becomes a spiritual garment. But then just buying something from a shop and then tailor sew it for you and you wear, no. You may have a good feeling that you are wearing that, but does it have power? That's another thing you have to ask yourself. Then SB is saying, greeting Bokor, Christopher, Voncujovi, and AMT family. Thank you for so much information. You are welcome very much, SB. Thank you all. I think we are, any question? Let me answer. I want to get off. Kwame M, to the first time joining, hoping to learn more about Ifa. Okay, thank you very much, Kwame M.
Toby.
Yes, go ahead.
I hope this makes sense. When I follow what you were saying about Alubede, Jobana and Alubede, right? And as far as the divination, right?
Right.
With this, when you say this, it makes me think of, excuse me, my bad airway, but it makes me think of like Enyo or Enyo, Enyevo.
Yes, that's what it is. Enyo and Enyevo. Okay. Yes, that's what we are talking about.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to ask is, in regards to the term Jobana, what does it mean if you translate it to English? And also, I remember Senna mentioned that Jobana is a rank or a level within Fire Initiate, right? But in in Benin, for example, everybody doesn't use the term, but I've heard Jobana is used as like the person when you do the vosa and it's time to take it to where it needs to go, Aliga or wherever. The person that you send to go and drop off the vosa to the direction is what you would call Jobana.
Okay,
So,
okay. I'll ask Bokor. God so good. Bokor is here. We can ask him. Okay, Bokor. No be Jobana. Meka togbi wenye Jobana.
Eduobomu lalo.
Amen.
Amen. Yo, afi na nye Jobana. Nago boko. Mowe yona. Upo toboko ba Jobana.
Okay.
Dopoli. Dabali. Afi Jobana li. Selikpali. Afi Lubedeli.
Okay.
Afi mi ga yona ba aluwo.
Aluwo.
Ya nyonwo ho na position ma
aluwo. Okay. Okay.
Da Jobana enye meka wona fana. Le nago pakpaji.
Okay.
Kaka le jisa kpaji a umna ba toboko. Or toboko hui.
Okay.
No shi.
Okay.
Nago we have a
Adaba.
Okay. Jobana.
Okay, very much. You add. Okay, Bokor Menuhati. But Bokor Bullet is saying that in the people who get anagofa, they are the ones who have
Daba.
They have a rank called Rabba. Then Jobana. Alugbede. Selikpa. Aluwo. And Aluwo is usually for women. It's a title they give women priests. Aluwo. So what it means is that in Anagofa, these ranks are there, but all these people are people who can make fa for other people, who can initiate people into fa. So that is what it is in the Anago side. But in Jisa, they have only one toboko finish. But then in Anago fa, that's where the Jobana, Aluwo, and Rabba and all these people come as ranks. But they are all, if they want to use the Ebe word, they will just be called toboko. But then it is how much you know about fa that give you the ranking.
Thank you. That was helpful. Can you just so I make sure I catch you? Can you repeat the different names of the rank?
Okay. So take your pen, then I will mention them to you. But then they are all ranks in Nagofa. But generally, they are people who can initiate people. But then the way you were asking is like the Jobana is the person who takes the Vosa to Legba. But it said it's not like that, or where it is not like that. But first is Adaba. They have the
Adaba?
Adaba, yes. Then Jobana.
Okay.
Alugbede. Then Selikpa. And then Selikpa. And then the last one is Aluwo, which is for the female priestess.
Okay. I got it. And what is is there a term or what's the difference between okay, basically, is there always somebody on the LA side? Is there always somebody that you send to go and do the vosa, or is only a particular situation? And is there a name for the person who does that?
Okay. When I do vosa, I'm especially about doing vosa.
Vosa, me ako kafana we na vosa loge.
Like maybe you better do it in a me year.
Okay. Ni biamole nyeba Rabba. Yenya ngogba do yenya overall vosa. Ke Jobana. Yaye honalona Adaba.
Okay.
na jogba na haga doma alugbede ya ga hoshi na jogba na alugbede e kona se enongo
Okay.
afi jogba na klonaro
Dabano megbedu.
ya
Okay.
Selipa ya ipo ndoni nyaoji de chiku nyao.
Okay. Okay, but when I'm not quite really no semen. It's okay. Bokor Menuhati, you are asking a very, very important question. He said that the rabbi is the main priest, and his assistants are Jogbana, and then the assistant to Jogbana is also Alugbede.
Okay.
Then Selikpa is the person who looks after the food, animal cooking, and all this thing. They are the ones take care of that.
Okay. That makes sense.
It's also the same like the linguist or the chami, the person who is the spokesperson. He's the one who holds.
That was going to be my next question.
So he's the same person who.
I was going to ask for the airway term for Ochiami, and if it's the same thing.
Spokesperson, yeah. So he's a spokesperson, and he's the one who holds the Seregaji or Ase to be in front, and then the Alugbede will follow. Alugbede will hold the what do you call it? The Ase. The Seregaji, yeah, is the one who will hold it, and then the Jogbana will follow. Then the Daba will be at the back as the final boss when they are going to make a sacrifice. So it is in that form that Anagofa comes and in the ranks. But
so you said the Solikpe will hold the Sagaji,
yes,
and the Jobana would be behind the Solikpe?
No, Solikpa is more of the one who takes care of food. So, for instance, an animal is killed, is the one going to help the people to dissect and then remove the parts that they will give for the sacrifice, the part that human beings will eat, the ones that will go to wherever it will go. It is the work of Selikpa to look after those. And it's the same who become the linguist or the spokesperson or chairman.
So is there a difference between, so just to be clear, anybody who helps and assists with cooking in the work, right? They're technically could be considered doing the work of Solikpe, but they are not initiated.
Yes,
so they wouldn't be Solikpe.
Even if you are not initiated, but you are doing, then you are helping the Selikpa or you are working as a Selikpa's position, even though you are not initiated.
This was great. This was the main takeaway out of the discussion for me.
Okay, thank God. So
thank you. For Bullet, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for the rituals, usually when you do a ritual, the person you are doing the ritual for is the one who carries the vosa, and then these people may follow that person to go and lay it wherever it has to be laid.
Okay, and so if the Adaba you said would be the highest one,
right?
The Adaba wouldn't go with them, right? To go and leave the vosa.
He may or he may not, depending on how many people are available.
Okay, is there any specific reasons that would be important to know, like why would this person go or not go? Like things that because of the type of work this Adaba cannot go.
Adaba is like the master Bokor, and then he has all his assistants. But then maybe if there is a ritual that they have to do and Adaba needs to go there to pray, then he probably will accompany the rest of the people. But supposing you are doing a ritual and you are the only Bokor, whether you are Adaba or you are this, who would go and do this? You have to go.
That's why I asked the question. That's exactly why I asked the question.
When you are a chief and you don't want to carry your own stick or staff, and there's nobody to carry it for you, then your nation is going to break down. So when there is nobody, if there is nobody, you have to do it yourself. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Unless you want to be a chief and wait for people to come, and if you wait until they come, and if they never come, you just be at number one.
So it basically it's more of a respect thing.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you know, you can do the work. There's no reason to prevent you from doing the work yourself.
Sure.
In that regard.
You can do the work by yourself, and there's nothing preventing you from doing it by yourself. But then when it is in a big ceremony and you have other people who also want to join you, then you can now delegate these positions to the people you know, they know the work well, and then you go ahead and become the Daba.
Is there any Odu correlations, any poly correlations to the origin or the different ranks within the different positions?
I think that is the same. Odus are the Jobana.
The same Odus?
Yes. It could be anything that falls, so long as it comes as an assistant. It is the same. It does not really matter that this particular Odu is a Jobana. Oh, no. So there's no Odu like that. Okay, let me take a question on Facebook coming from Kim Lesky. Papa, is there any danger in voodoo or far initiation? Yes and no. Kim Lesky is asking whether there's any danger in voodoo or far initiation. Yes and no, because somebody who is initiating you, whether into voodoo initiation or into far, and the person does not know what they are doing, then they are risking your life. There is a lady who had contacted me long time ago, but I have not heard from her for a long time. She went to Benin and she got a fa. According to her, she got both hands. I think most people in diaspora always say, I get both hands. I get the right hand, I get left hand. Both hands, they get both hands. And she has her divination chain and went back to the US. And what happened? Her menstruation stopped. But she didn't know why. So she was asking me a question, and I was explaining that in every voodoo that I have heard and I'm learning, women do not get divination chain until their menstrual cycle is over. Then she said, maybe this is the reason why my menstruation just stopped like that without any reason. So when you are getting initiation and you are not being initiated by the right people who will initiate you, there is danger. But if you are initiated by the right people who have been tested, and people can attest and also confirm that this person is a good priest, then there is no danger. The second on was Kim Lesky, is there anything that can go wrong if the spiritual parent is not highly skilled? That's also possible. That's what I'm saying. If the person is not skilled and doesn't know what he's doing, mind you, you are touching the psychic plane. You are touching the world of spirit, not physical world. Things you cannot see with your physical eyes. Those are the things you are invoking. And if you are not with a skill and a master hand, that is dangerous. But of course, people want to go for cheap things, and they may go for cheap things, whether it works for them or not. They may just tell themselves that, oh, wait till we are part of it. Whether it is working well for you or not, that's your problem. I don't know. But I go for what I believe, and that it has been tested and know that it works. That's what I go for. And that's what we also give back to people. If it's not working, it's not worth it. So a skilled and well-grounded master will not make mistakes that will affect you. There's someone who is just doing trial and error, who does not even understand what they are doing, they bring problem to you. So that is where it is. And Kim Lesky is a Papa, please ask Bokor Bullet if the person in initiation into Fa can ask plenty of questions about their destiny, taboo, or must they sit and listen to all that the Bokor says to them? When I am a fan, ami atambia question chobe poli mwa we nka taboo alo kodudu iwele poli emere ami atambia
Nenyebe na hofa. Nenyebe na hofa yakwa. Akwa yokala mako. Eswa mako bloga no lay. Kana mo bli no ka. Ka eba tobo kwa ma wumi.
So Kim Lesky, Bokor Bullet is saying that when you get far, during the initiation, it will be after the initiation before they will know what your destiny is. And you have to ask all the questions, and it is in the Ezu or the place of initiation where all these taboos and everything will be told to you. And then you ask questions. Okay, you don't just sit and then listen. You can ask questions, because if you don't ask questions, how will you know? You don't just sit and question and listen. But sometimes, as an advice, you can sit and listen and take note of everything they told you. And then from the Ezu, when you are out of the Ezu, you and your Toboko or your teacher or a person who initiates you, you can sit down now, then you ask the question. Because during the initiation, it's a short time, even though it takes 7 days, sometimes 3 days or 16 days. There's a lot to learn. But if you are asking too many questions during that time, you may miss a lot of things that your Toboko or your teacher or master want to tell you. It will be advised to take all that and then later sit with your listening and then ask questions about each thing that you are told. But if you want to ask questions during that time too, of course they will answer the questions for you. And if you are asking questions and your person who is initiating you did not tell you, then the person is hiding something from you or the person doesn't know. Then we have Sadiq Nate Mabel. Greetings, Papa. If I'm initiated into Bapata, how will it affect my life in good ways and bad ways? What is Bapata? Are you talking about Jokpata or Bapata? I don't know Bapata. If you are asking question about Jokpata, then it's Jokpata is a protective spirit and guides you and do a lot of things. When you are initiated or when you are ready, you can come and ask questions and then we will tell you. We don't just go, we are not marketing it so that people should come and get initiated into it. That's not the work I do here. Anyone who is interested to be initiated, you should come and ask me and I'll tell you the things that I will need to initiate you, and you can ask me questions when the initiation time. But I'm not marketing Jopata. I'm telling people, come and get initiated into Jopata. No. That's not what I'm doing. I know what I have, and I know what I am doing. I'm not marketing it like a biscuit. No. So, if it's Jopata you are talking about, when you are ready, you let me know. And then we have a tantric power. I read a book that says there is a say and a ye. Are you familiar with term ye? If so, what is it? I don't know what is ye. It's a simple ye. If you are talking about yeve, then ye inside yeve, I don't know it. I don't understand. I know it as a full word ye. But whatever it means, I don't know because I'm not part of Yeve. I've not been initiated into any Yeve yet. But a say and ye, I don't know the term at all. I've never come across it yet. Okay, I think we are done from most of the places. We don't have Benny Moswani is saying Akpe Bokor. Thank you very much, Benny. Thank you very much for joining the session, and you all make us continue doing this because we know you are out there and you want to learn, and we are here to teach. So thank you very much. Okay, I will just pour libation now, and then we will go on until next week. Kobe? Okay, Bokor. Go. Oh, me tagwe mama fete mi dakpe, egbebedo, ya wele dodi, mi pro boko bullet, toboko bullet cheva de dire kwa, akpe, egbebe section che, enyu, mi dakpe na mauga, mi yo mauga sobo isa, kiti kata, ese, yo mi okeke, bakwa ha, mi yo tobe abuchi, mi yo tobe ahubato, mi yo afana gonu, afagbo majezo, mi yo mi okeke, dagbe lo, mi le wale kumiana ne, miana dudu ne dole menami, la mesese, agbe didi, ngogbe yi ne dole melo, mia wenye wala, godo, miana ne dipu ne digasia, mia mi gbe nyavon lo, nyanyu ne vuvole mianu, zakle kele lo, godo. Okay, I thank all of you for being here today, and it has been a very, very interesting section today with all the questions and Bokor Bullet's arrival also, and with the questions that Bokor has helped us to understand. It's a very good thing. And I thank all of you who asked these wonderful questions. May the ancestors continue to be with you and guide you until we meet again next Sunday. Thank you and goodbye for today. Bye-bye. Akpe.
Me no kwe la funu dalo. Ome no. Ome to. Asi. Me la funu da. Ome la funu da. Ome no. Ome to. Asi. On va faire le voix dans le voix. Yeah.